തന്നെ ലൈറ്റ് பனிக்காமதிங்க. அக்கா இப்போ இல்ல அப்ப சொல்றேன், ஓப்பனிங் அப்ப சொல்றேன். லைக் போயின்னு வந்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. சரி. ஆ, சரி, ஓகே. நீங்க முன்னாடி மேல நின்று கொஞ்சம் நீங்க side மேடம் தெரியுது மேடம் ஒரே ஓகே ஓகே மேம் இயற்பியல் மாடல் ப்ரொஃபஸரா சைடுல ஏய் எடுத்துருவோம்ல லைவ் போதும். Ahora,
லேப்ல என்னங்க எனக்கு எடுத்து கொடுங்க.
like like next நான் என்னோட மிஸ்டேக் அவ்வளவுதான் சக்சஸ்.
அது நான் வரேன். ஆக்சுவலா கீழே ஸ்பேஸ் இருக்குது. என்ன கொண்டு போய் நானும்
Good morning to one and all present here. Prayer is the raising of one's mind and heart to God, or the requesting of good things from God. Let us all rise for the prayer.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் வெட்கணமும் அதிர்ச்சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. A very pleasant day to all dignitaries, guests and delegates with great joy and immense exultation who has clubbed all of us for the Global Conference and Expo on Agro Innovations 2022, jointly organized by the School of Postgraduate Studies, Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, Coimbatore and Confederation of Indian Industries to showcase the students' innovations to a wider audience and create a platform for industries to work with TNAU for transforming the applied research into innovative products. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce the man behind the show, Dr. A. Lakshmanan, Dean School of Postgraduate Studies, Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, Coimbatore, involved in undergraduate and postgraduate teaching since 1995. He underwent postdoctoral training on nano companies in wastewater treatments at Monterrey Tech, Mexico.
Thanks, Vanita. Good morning, everyone. I feel extremely honored and privileged to stand before you to extend a warm welcome to everyone on this global conference and Expo on Agro Innovation. With all one's heart, I extend our warm welcome to our Honorable and most beloved Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, Dr. V. Gida Lakshmi. Our Madam Vice Chancellor has been a great source of inspiration, an amazing mentor, and I take this opportunity to welcome our Madam once again. Now I think it's my responsibility, because our Honorable Agricultural Production Commissioner and Secretary to Government, Mr. C. Samayamurthy IAS, has joined online to greet this occasion and also to extend the inaugural address of this valedictory function. With all one's heart, we welcome our Honorable Agricultural Production Commissioner and Secretary to Government, who will be shortly delivering the inaugural address. Thank you, sir, for your presence through online. Now I take the opportunity of welcoming Madam Saraswati, who has joined and also who has graced the occasion by inaugurating the Expo just before. Welcome you, madam, for inaugurating the Expo and also extending your greetings to our students. Thank you. It's my responsibility to welcome Mr. Mahadev Swarna, Vice President, Specialty Plan Nutrition, DCM Sriram, New Delhi. And Dr. Mahadev has got amazing experience in agro marketing field, and he has been associating with our university for quite some time. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence. I take the opportunity to welcome Mr. Prashant Subramanian, Chairman, Confederation of Indian Industry, Coimbatore Zone, and co-founder and director, Quadra Systems Net India Private Limited. And you all know that Confederation of Indian Industry is partnering this particular event. Sir, we welcome you, sir, and thank you very much for extending support for this conference. And I take the opportunity to welcome all these industrial people, because many of the industries people, you know that they are very busy, they have joined online. And for information, more than 1,500 entries we have received so far in this particular conference. This particular conference is being broadcasted through YouTube and as well as Microsoft Teams. So I think most of the people are watching, they are here in person, and many of them are watching through online. So I welcome all these industrial officials and who are really supporting us in a big way. Welcome all the industrial people, and I take the opportunity of welcoming the university officers and who have been again supporting the entire conference in one way or other. So I welcome all these university officers, heads of departments, and all the delegates, particularly the people from CABI, Mr. Gobi Ramasamy and Nirmalesh Kumar, and all these people, and Mohanty, and those people who are really extending great support to us. We welcome all. And very importantly, I take the opportunity to welcome my dear beloved students. And because of you only this is possible, and I welcome you all, and you can clap for yourself. And just morning, I think madam and the entire team visited the exhibition. In a very short period of time, you people have done an amazing job. And for the information of the people in the dais and of the dais, and students from different colleges, from Keligulam, Tiruchi, Perigulam, and all the places, Madurai, they have come and they have displayed, and they are really working hard for the past 1 week. So my heartfelt congratulations, and I welcome all the students, and I welcome all the press people who and the media person for this conference, to welcome one and all. Right, so now it's time to explain the objective of this particular conference. Quickly, I think in another 5 minutes, just I will explain and what we expect from this conference and what we are going to show to the world. That's the whole idea. Right, please slide this. And this particular conference, when I discussed with our Honorable Vice Chancellor, I was telling that the postgraduate and as well as particularly MSc and PhD students, they have got amazing knowledge pool. And TNU has got amazing knowledge pool by the way of course, undergraduate students and as well as postgraduate and PhD students. And when actually I discussed this particular concept with our Vice Chancellor, Madam, and Madam immediately accepted it. So what we did is, we took a stock about the current innovation strength of TNAU. So the whole idea is, the whole idea is driving students' innovations to national and global markets. You all know that it is a research. So we don't disciplines of master's program and 28 disciplines in PhD programs. Huge knowledge pool. That's what I'm saying, that within these 2 months of time, as I took over as Dean SPGS, I could able to take a stock about the level of innovations our students are having. So amazing knowledge pool we do have. So that is our strength. The knowledge pool we have with our own university is the biggest strength, and we want to showcase that knowledge pool through this global conference. And the second objective is linking the student innovations with stakeholders for creating better societal impact. It's a science for society, the science for farmers, science for stakeholders. So how best we can create a connect between students, science, and stakeholders. And of course, farmers are the biggest, the major important stakeholders. But very importantly, without companies, without other startups, it's very difficult for us to take the innovations to the farmer's field. That is from lab to land. So because of that, the connect is very much needed, and this particular global conference, I assure and I believe, will create a better connect with these industries and various stakeholders. And as I mentioned earlier, we are ready to cater the specific needs of stakeholders. That we are working for farmers or working with companies, but everybody has got their own specific requirements, specific needs. It's nothing but tailor-made research. If you could able to do tailor-made research, then we can win. So that is the whole idea of inviting you all people and showcase what are our strengths. So what we did is we have prepared an innovation index and abstract, and probably that will be circulated to you very shortly, where we have compiled 120 innovations which are categorized into these 5 categories. That is crop nutrition, crop care, crop improvement, post-harvest processing, of course the herbal nutraceuticals in another category, and emerging technologies. So 6 important categories. Whatever the innovations students have, we have actually categorized them into 6. Then we have given weightage as technology readiness level, because some technologies are ready for industries to take it immediately. Some technologies need validation from industry's part, and some technologies are in the initial stage of, or I can say, proof of concept. So I think now the industries can pitch in based on your requirement. So if it is in the TRL3, it is non-exclusive basis. Any industries can come, and of course we are going to set up a committee headed by our Honorable Vice Chancellor. We will decide the modus of operandi, how we are going to transfer the technology. That is a different platform. But I think this is a platform to showcase. So according to their, what I'm saying is interest and needs, we can just categorize this technology into the 6 categories, which will be circulated to you as an abstract of innovations. Probably you can go through, already we have circulated through CAI. And as well as our own ABD, we have already circulated that particular abstract. Now this particular abstract in through what I'm saying is online, it is available. Please go through and again just select which area you are interested. We are ready to help you. That's an important objective of this particular conference. Next, as I mentioned, the innovation index serves as a ready reckoner to understand the research and its impact. Interested companies, stakeholders can involve in the process to convert the research into products, because we don't want to bring the industries only in the terminal stage. If they could able to mainstream them right from the initial stage, then the entire process can be vetted right from the beginning. There is no ambiguities. Right from the beginning, the industries who are going to promote the technologies, who are going to take the technology to the farmers, they can vet the entire process, which actually ensure the better commercialization and product success. Then as I mentioned, the product and technology can be validated along with stakeholders. That would hasten the process of technology commercialization. We have a separate technology incubator and commercialization wing that will come into the stage to take it to the next level. So that is what industries can choose what they need. And this is what are going to be the session details. And we are going to have 6 sessions in the till tomorrow evening 5 o'clock. And each session has a lead speaker from the industry to highlight the current scenario and research needs. Probably that particular job will be initiated by Mr. Mahadev sir. And he has got amazing wealth of agro products and marketing, and he is going to inaugurate with his lecture. And then each session, the stage is set by an industrial leader. Then, as I mentioned, we have in each category 30 to 40 innovation. We don't have time to give opportunity for everyone to come onto the stage, but they have displayed their innovation. 2 or 3 students will make their presentation, just 10 minutes each. Then people can interact with that students, and they can also give ideas for further improvement. So that is second one. Then followed by discussion, because many people have joined online. So I think discussion. The whole idea is we are giving this is not just linking students with the industry. It's not a one-day process. It's a process, I say, has just begun. How far we are going to be successful, I'm not sure at this point of time, but we are initiating. We are initiating a process. How the process is going to be successful, it is up to you. It's a teamwork. But the process is today, in this milestone event, it has been initiated. And it is the responsibility of everyone to take it forward. So if we join together, take it forward, then we can serve the farming community in a better way. Then, very importantly, today we are having a very important panel discussion and chaired by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Geeta Lakshmi Madam, and almost stalwarts are here. They will be part of this panel discussion. The topic will be driving the innovation to national and global markets. We have people from CABI, WRI, carbon trading platforms, and so many people have come from, and Nirmalesh, leading nanotechnologies and industries. So many people are going to join this particular thing. This will help us how to connect, because when we do a research, immediately what we do, we'll try to satisfy a local requirement, local demand. Yes, it's very much important. But our job does not end there. How to create a connect between local demand, national interest, international trend. If we just inculcate that mindset to our students, then that becomes a most powerful research, where I think we can satisfy most of the global needs, national interests, and domestic requirements. So that's what the panel discussion. So please be prepared with your questions, and our madam will be sharing this particular panel discussion. Then finally, I think there is an innovation expo. Just morning, our madam and Saraswati madam inaugurated this particular expo, and this will be open for another 3 days. Please visit there. Whatever we say in paper, you can see in reality. And products, you can feel a product. You can feel the technology. That's what this innovation expo is all about. If you go there, you can feel the technology. And that's what this Innovation Expo is all about. Then, very importantly, I have to thank CI, and the Coimbatore chapter president is there. Thank you very much, sir, for helping us in a big way. And I think many people have connected. Many people have told that they could not come, but they are online. And they say that they have that abstract with us, and they are ready to cooperate with us whatever the way it could be. So you are adding value. And very importantly, sir, this is just a beginning. We want to travel with you for the remaining period, and we are going to create this very important post-conference desk. A specific desk will be there which will cater the requirement, because as I mentioned, it's not a one-day process. This post-conference desk will be do a wonderful follow-up work. Probably I think we will give that information and all this mail ID, everything to you very shortly. And this is my final study. So this is a very humble initiative from TNAU. And this is a time, as I mentioned, time to team up and to guide Indian agriculture towards growth, inclusiveness, and sustainability. So with this small introduction, I hope that I think we can certainly feed you the necessary information, and with your help that we can make this particular global conference a successful one. Thank you very much. And once again, our sincere thanks to our APC sir who has joined online. And I think probably sir can join with his appreciation or as well as inaugural address. If sir is ready, we can connect our APC sir, and sir can present the inaugural address.
Thank you, sir. Next on stage is Mr. Prashant Subramanian. Mr. Prashant. So, next.
Sir, are you ready?
Yeah,
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. We are ready, sir. We are waiting to hear from you, sir. Please carry on, sir.
thank you.
So next on stage is Mr. Samayamurthy IAS, Agricultural Production Commissioner and Secretary to Government Agriculture and Farmers Welfare Department, Government of Tamil Nadu. Mr. C. Satyamurthy IAS is currently the Agricultural Production Commissioner and he is the man who made the first agricultural budget. He did his post-graduation in zoology, Master of Business Administration, postgraduate diploma in forestry and wildlife, master in public management, National University of Singapore and Harvard University. He was earlier selected in IFS Forest and worked in Assam. He has served in the following departments: Sub-Collector Gobichetipalayam, Erode, Additional Collector Nilgiris, First Collector in the Tirupur District, Joint Commissioner in CT Enforcement, Chennai, Collector Tirunelveli, Director Employment and Skill Training, Managing Director Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation, Additional Secretary Public, Commissioner of Transport, Commissioner of Treasury. Now, sir, I would request Mr. C. Samayamurthy, sir, to provide his inaugural address.
Thank you very much. Respected Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, respected Mayor for Coimbatore Corporation, Municipal Corporation, and Mr. Magadev, Vice President of DCM Sri Ram Limited, New Delhi, and delegates from the Confederation of India Industries, and other distinguished guests, faculty of Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, students, industrialists, entrepreneurs, farmer produce organizations. Good morning, all of you. It is a great pleasure to be part of this function, and really kind of opening for the industrialists, entrepreneurs, and startup ventures. And I'm happy to know that nearly 116 students' innovative ideas have been showcased today for the future industrial purposes. Everyone is aware of that food is one of the very important for the every human beings. As you are aware of that every year there is a nearly 5 to 10% population being increased across the globe, and everyone is need food. There are some other area there is shortage of food, but until us all the resources, really kind of advanced for their production. Agriculture, a department as such, which we know that we've given a lot of importance to the agriculture, horticulture, agri, marketing. In addition to this, which you know very well, there is a separate entity of sugar industries also existing in which are vital for the not only to the people but also for the user as a raw material for the industrial purposes. Agriculture also play a primary role not only for food production and also providing plenty of employment opportunity to the people. Really, 40% people on agriculture livelihood, not as a food for the kind of employment offerings. Really, 32% industries use the agriculture as inputs for their industrial process, especially in the food processing industries and ethanol industries, which are vital for the overall development of the nations. And Agriculture University, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, which everyone is aware of, that one of the premier institute in our country, not only providing the education on the subject of agriculture, but also have plenty of research projects they have done in the past, which and their outcomes have been almost all over the world. It's ruling. In addition to that, we are doing nearly 40 research institutes and 35 college offering undergraduate and more courses in the green and allied sciences. Tamil Nadu have nearly 32 lakhs population, 32 lakhs farmers, which they mostly around 50 lakhs hectare they are cultivating to provide the food requirement of the nearly 8.5 crore population in our state. So it is we are producing nearly 120 lakhs metric ton of food grains and another 100 lakhs metric ton vegetables, fruits and spices, which are the vital requirement of our people. In addition to that, we are some of the things which we are exporting to the other states and other countries. Similarly, pulses and oils which are routinely we are also importing from the either other state or other countries actually. So it is wherever there is a gap is there where which we focus on that and which we produce. Agriculture university which play a crucial role in the providing the new varieties for the not only the state for entire country and even in the international arena, and their alumnus networkers which you know everywhere, not only in the as a academician in the college and university, but also as a scientist in the even ICAR or the world leading research institute in the globe. Even most of our colleagues in IAS also from the agriculture background, they come from the Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. So such a very prestigious institute come up with a very good conference to showcase the nearly 116 postgraduate students innovative idea to for the usefulness of the industries, entrepreneurs and other farmer producer organization. So in this juncture, I wish the university for success in this global conference, and I request the student is on this juncture on a very important aspect which mostly they are looking for aspect. There is plenty of opportunities are in the agricultural allied sciences as a as a entrepreneurs which you can have the lot of doing in the things, and we are working on the agro industries, which is a very important aspect which previously which we thought of that agriculture is the only kind of the primary sector. Now agro industry is in between the primary and the secondary sector. It's bridging the both primary and the secondary sector, which is there's a plenty of scope for provide the do business on that. So most of the students which I request in the future students, instead of looking for some kind of the jobs, there is a plenty of opportunity. You can give a job to others. So try to pursue some kind of entrepreneurship and lead the business entity in the agro industries and provide the job to others. So with these things, I thank for the given me an opportunity to address to the gathering, and I wish all the success of this global conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. This is Geeta Lakshmi, the Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. Thanks for setting the stage, sir, with your thought-provoking inaugural address, and also you have really given a great status of agriculture in the state of Tamil Nadu, and you have also indicated the strengths of Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, and your encouraging words are really boon for us, sir. This is one of your vision that when you met me in the first time itself, you said that you want all our students to become the entrepreneurs. This is the first step towards that particular goal, sir. Thank you very much for your presence. Though you could not be in present coming over here, we value very much your inaugural address and your presence even through online, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. Next on stage is Mr. Prashant Subramanian. Mr. Prashant is the co-founder and executive director of Quadra Systems.net Private Limited. Quadra is a trusted technology advisor to India's top business houses and brands, helping them to navigate technological change and complexity, enabling to connect technology with business outcomes. Quadra's deep skills and experience by harnessing a team that possesses more than 700 plus professional IT certifications combined with innovation services and custom IP solutions have helped over 3,000 customers modernize their businesses. Quadra has an unmatched track record of being recognized as Microsoft's Global Partner of the Year for 17 consecutive years. Prashant is also the chairman of CII, Confederation of Indian Industry, Coimbatore Zone. He is the past president of the Coimbatore Management Association affiliated to IMA. He is the past vice president and member of the International Board and the world's largest association of Microsoft partners. He has been recognized by the Coimbatore Management Association with the Best SME Entrepreneur Award. Rotary Coimbatore has also conferred Quadra with their Professional Excellence Award. He is also the vice chairman of the PSD Management Alumni Association. Prashant has been chairman of CII's flagship IT event, Connect Coimbatore, for several years. He is also a member of CII Tamil Nadu ICT panel. Now, may I request Mr. Prashant Subramanian to deliver his special address.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. C. Samayamurthy, IAS, Agriculture Production Commissioner and Secretary to the Government, Agriculture and Farmers Welfare Department, Government of Tamil Nadu. Dr. B. Geeta Lakshmi, Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. Mr. Mahadev Surana, Vice President, DCM, Sri Ram Limited. Dr. A. Lakshmanan, Dean, the School of Postgraduate Studies, Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. Madam Saraswati. Dignitaries and speakers, students, friends from the industry, entrepreneurs and would-be entrepreneurs as well. Once again, a very warm morning to all of you. I'm really happy to be here to address this inaugural session of a global innovation conference on agriculture technology. And I really want to start out with expressing my appreciation to Dr. Geeta Lakshmi and Dr. Lakshman for their vision in conceiving such a conference and also making sure that the effects of advances in technology are well taken up by students. And you could see that detail that Dr. Lakshmanan went to in his talk. I mean, he's just not talking about this as a two-day conference, but he's talking about this as a post-conference, because the benefits of the conference actually start accruing once the conference is over. It's just not a two-day show, but it is something that you do year-long, and that, I think, shows the leadership and vision that TNU has. And I am well aware of a lot of alumni from TNAU, all of whom are very, very senior industry leaders in the corporate world, or who are senior government officials and entrepreneurs. So it's an amazing opportunity to be here, to be with young, brilliant minds. Most of you, all of you, who will go on to lead the country's development in some way, as an entrepreneur, as a professional, or in the government. So it is absolutely my pleasure to be here. Before we start, I just want to understand or maybe set the context to why are we looking at this as such a big deal. Why is this so important to all of us? I mean, is just the word global and innovation enough to make this important, or is there something more than that? See, let's just look at some basic facts. I don't think these facts are new to you as agriculture students or as top-notch professionals, but maybe just as an outsider to the industry. Agriculture uses 70% of the world's water supply. And that is a water supply which is being increasingly threatened because of climate change. Climate change has made water supply very erratic. Rainfall prone areas get more water, drought hit areas become more dry. So no matter what advancements in technology, I come from the technology industry, whatever advancements we all make, we still need to eat good, healthy, nutritious food. And that, I think, is a fundamental need of mankind that is not going to go away anytime. So, agri-tech becomes so important in this context, because that, to me, holds the key to the future of the human civilization. So, what we are debating and what we are trying to do here, ladies and gentlemen, students, I think is, you're trying to ensure that humanity has a way to stay, prosperous, thrive. And that is what you're all doing today, because that's a bigger purpose of what you're all trying to do here today, much beyond the conference and much beyond your capacity students. The number of investments that corporates are making in agri-tech is phenomenal. And if you look at the number of patents, I don't know how many of you students go read up on patents that are being filed, but the number of patents that are being filed by corporates is phenomenal. And that shows how much of interest and how much of economic value there is in agri-tech. And that should be an eye-opener to all of you. And conferences such as this, I think, really go a long way in helping you, realize the potential. So what's really happening now? The farm, typical agriculture, the farm as we know it, is changing so rapidly. And what are those technologies that are causing this change? Satellite imagery, AI, ML, drones, precision farming, animal data, marketplaces, next generation farms, aquaponics, vertical farming, sensors, new food products, because you need new methods to feed a fast growing population. So the list goes on. And I'm sure a lot of these would have been covered in this Innovation Expo that you are there. But the interesting point to note, and as a member of the industry, is the fact that all these changes that you're talking about here are expected to add between 30 to 35 billion US dollars worth of economic value over the next few years by 2025, according to a Bain report. So what does that mean? That is value that you as TNAU are well poised to capture. That is economic value that you can take part of. That is economic value you can play a role in creating. And that is economic value that you can create as entrepreneurs or as professionals. So that's the reason why I think the amount of innovations that the TNAU is, spearheading and enabling through students such as you is really making this treasure trove of data that I think you should start working as yourself along with corporates like Dr. Lakshmanan said, so that you're able to realize the economic value, the economic potential of all those changes that you're talking about. I just want to switch a little bit and talk about our state and our city to be more specific. So goes without saying that Tamil Nadu is obviously one of the most industrialized and one of the most prosperous states in India. This is a state where farmers are far more responsive and ready to take up changes. We are in a region, Coimbatore, the Congo region, we are in a region where we have a healthy blend of agriculture, trade, as well as manufacturing. So there's no other region probably in India which has this unique blend. We are also home to a lot of agricultural innovation that happens, and that is in a small part due to the efforts of institutions such as TNAU. In line with the government of Tamil Nadu's mission towards achieving leadership position and also to improve livelihood of farmers and the FPOs, I think the role of Coimbatore is incredibly important because there is so much of entrepreneurial spirit, there is so much of innovation, there is so much of academic excellence and thought leadership that is there in this region that we are probably best poised to take advantage of this and drive towards what our government has outlined as a mission 1 trillion, where Tamil Nadu can become a 1 trillion economy over the next few years. And if this has to happen, it is not going to happen by software, it is not going to happen by technology or manufacturing. It needs agri-tech to participate in a very, very healthy manner. Agri-tech, as you know, already contributes about 20% of the GDP, but agriculture rather contributes about 20%, but that number has to increase. And the way that number can increase and the way more and more young people can come into this ecosystem is through technologies such as agri-tech and things that we are talking about today. A lot of value-added products in this region, such as coconut-based, for instance, have shown so much of demand, and they've opened up a huge, huge potential for our region. So the time is ripe for all the stakeholders in this region, the industry, students, academia to all come forward and then figure out how best can we tackle this enormous opportunity that lies ahead of us. There is economic value, but more importantly, you're also making sure that the human civilization is safe and well protected. Two basic principles that I think you need to follow here. One, I think you all need to start at the farm. Anything that you do has to originate with how do you make a far more optimal, efficient farm, and that's where everything starts. And number two, it's value addition. The amount of value addition that you can do to agriculture products, I think, is key to unlocking the value that the economic potential of this industry, and that's where new business models can be built, new revenue streams can be identified. I just want to talk a little bit about CII's role in all of you might know about CII as an industry organization, but many of you may not know about the amount of work that CII does in pioneering agricultural innovation and the support it gives to agriculture. CII at the national level has been taking efforts towards a lot of crop-specific interventions across the country, including initiatives on crops such as apple, potato, coconut, banana, and we've organized a lot of events and set up a lot of platforms to improve the status of the industry. In Coimbatore, CII Coimbatore is one of the largest zones in the country with over 300 members of the industry. All the leading lights of industry are members of CII. And we have been playing a very pivotal role in making sure that not just Coimbatore but also the surrounding regions, Erode, Salem, Tirupur, all of these are able to realize their economic potential. We've organized crop-specific festivals like the Tamil Nadu Banana Festival, the Pon Manjal, which is a turmeric festival, as well as the Coconut Festival with the support of the university. And we are also working on getting the next edition of the Coconut Festival ready over the next few months. So I don't want to take too much of your time. I think the day is filled with a lot of thought leaders and speakers who probably have a lot more relevant things to say. But I really want to thank you all for the opportunity to be here. Thank Dr. Geeta Lakshmi, Dr. Lakshmanan for giving me the opportunity to be here and address this young and vibrant crowd. I wish you all a very, very productive conference, a very productive 2 days of deliberations ahead. With that, thank you so much and good luck to all of you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir. May I request Mrs. Saraswati Kannayan, Chairman, Hindustan Educational Institutions, to offer her felicitation address.
பார்த்தேன், மகிழ்ந்தேன், திகைத்தேன், வியந்தேன். என்னை வியக்க வைத்த இந்த மாணவ செல்வங்கள் எதற்கு? உள்ளே நுழைந்தவுடன் எனக்கு ரொம்ப வியந்து போயிட்டேன். இந்த உங்கள் டெக்னாலஜி பார்த்த உடனே மண் வாசனையை பார்க்க மலைத்துளிகள் மண்ணுக்கு வந்தது. தேனின் சுவையை பார்க்க வண்டுகள் பூக்களிடம் வந்தது. மேகங்களை திரண்டு பார்க்க தோகை மயிலும் வந்தது. நக்கீரனுடன் போராடி பார்க்க சிவபெருமானும் வந்தது. இதுபோல் உங்களை பார்ப்பதற்காக, உங்களுடைய டெக்னாலஜியை பார்ப்பதற்காக நாங்களும் வந்தது. நிலவு வர நட்சத்திரங்கள் காத்திருப்பது போல் நீங்கள் அனைவரும் எங்களுக்காக காத்திருந்தது. அதனால் அனைவருக்கும், அனைத்து மாணவ செல்வங்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய வணக்கங்களையும் வாழ்த்துக்களையும் கூறிக்கொள்கிறேன். இங்கு நிறைய கம்பெனிஸ் வந்திருக்காங்க, அவங்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். எனக்கு முன்னாடி கொஞ்சம் மதுரைக்காரர் நிறைய சொல்லிகிட்டு இருந்தார். நானும் ஒரு விவசாயி தான். இந்த கல்லூரிக்கும் எங்களுக்கும் இந்துஸ்தான் கல்லூரிக்கும் ஒரு நிறைய உறவுகள் இருக்கின்றது. முதல் உறவு, நானும் ஒரு விவசாயி. ரெண்டாவது உறவு, நான் அந்த கல்லூரியில் உங்களுடைய ஃபுட் டெக்னாலஜி, மைக்ரோபயாலஜி எல்லாம் வச்சுருக்கேன். அதனால் எங்களுக்கு உங்களுக்கு அடிக்கடி அந்த உறவுகள். இந்த கல்லூரியில், இந்த பல்கலைக்கழகத்தில் நான் சிண்டிகேட் மெம்பராக 3 வருஷம் நான் இருந்திருக்கேன். அப்போ இந்த மாணவர்கள் இருந்திருக்க முடியாது. நான் ஒரு 3-4 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி இங்கே இருந்திருக்கேன். இதே மேடையில் நான் ராசுயாவோட நான் வந்து பட்டமளிப்பு விழாவில் நான் அமர்ந்திருக்கேன். அதனால் வாய்ப்புகள் உங்கள் மாணவர்கள் ஆசிரியர்களுக்கு மட்டும் எனக்கு தெரியும். அதனால் இந்த உறவுகள் எப்பொழுதும் நாம் நீடிக்க வேண்டும். அதனால் என்னுடைய சார்பாக நான் மேடம் பேச சொன்னேன். எனக்கு திடீர்னு நான் ப்ரிப்பேர்டே இல்லை, இருந்தாலும் உங்களுக்கு ஏதாவது 2 வார்த்தைகள் சொல்லிவிட்டு முடிச்சுக்கிறேன். நம்ம கைதேர்ந்த மாணவி மாணவர்களுடைய சேவையே மகேசன் சேவை என்று மகத்தான பணியை நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கும் கைதேர்ந்த மாலுமி டாக்டர் கீதாலட்சுமி அவர்கள், பல்கலைக்கழக துணைவேந்தர் அவர்களுக்கும், லக்ஷ்மணன் முன்னாடி பேசினார். அவர் பேச்சு கேட்டே நான் வியந்து போயிட்டேன். நான் பேசணுமான்னு கேட்டேன். அதே மாதிரி அந்த லக்ஷ்மணன் அவர்களுக்கும், எனக்கு முன்னாடி பேசினார் பிரகாஷ், உண்மையாலுமே அவர் பேசுகிறப்ப நான் ரொம்ப பார்த்துட்டு நான் என்ன பேசலானதே மறந்து போச்சு. அதனால் அவருக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றியை கூறிக்கொள்கிறேன். கல்வியின் காவலராக இருக்கும், ஏற்றத்தின் அணிகளாக இருக்கும் பேராசிரியர் பெருமக்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய வணக்கங்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். இந்த தொழில்நுட்பம் இது ரொம்ப டெக்னாலஜி ரொம்ப வித்தியாசமாக இருக்குது. இதில் நிறைய எனக்கு எடுத்துகிட்டு போக வேண்டியது இருக்குது. நானும் விவசாயம் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கிறனால தென்னை மரத்தை பார்த்தேன், அந்த தென்னை ஓலையில் இருக்கிற இதையெல்லாம் பார்த்து இவ்வளோ டெக்னாலஜி இருக்கா, இது ஒரு கட்டாயமாக நமக்கு தேவைப்படுதுன்னு கேட்டு நான் எடுத்துக்க வேண்டியதாக இருக்குது. 2வது மேடத்திட்ட கேட்டிருக்கேன், என்னுடைய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டை இங்கே ஒரு நாள் எங்களுக்கு கண்காட்சிக்கு அனுப்ப போகிறேன், நீங்கள் எனக்கு அலோவ் பண்ணணும்னு கேட்டிருக்கேன். அதனால் உங்களுடைய அருமையான ஒரு டெக்னாலஜியை எங்கள் இந்துஸ்தான் கல்லூரிக்கும் எடுத்து செல்ல வேண்டும் என்று கூறி விடைபெறுகிறேன். வணக்கம்.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, the stage is open for the most enthusiastic and dynamic personality, the 14th Vice Chancellor of this prestigious university, Dr. V. Geeta Lakshmi, the first women Vice Chancellor, yes, a specialist in agricultural meteorology and an internationally acclaimed climatologist. She has served in TNAU for more than 32 years in various capacities and had undergone postdoctoral trainings in the fields of weather forecasting, climate modeling, climate change, and climate resilient technologies. May I now request Dr. V. Geeta Lakshmi, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, to provide the special address.
Thank you, Dr. Vanitha. Good morning to all of you. The most respected Agricultural Production Commissioner, Government of Tamil Nadu, Dr. C. Samayamurthy IAS. Most respected Madam Mrs. Saraswati, Hindustan Educational Institute Chairman. Mr. Mahadev Swarna, Vice President, DCM Sriram Limited, New Delhi. Mr. Prashant Subramanian, Chairman, Confederation of Indian Industries. Dr. Lakshmanan, the most efficient Dean, School of Postgraduate Studies. My dear university officers, all the leading industry people, and also Dr. Gopi Ramasamy from CABI, Dr. Nirmalesh from VTech, Dr. Niroj from CCX, many other industries who have joined both in presence and online, scientific community of Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, the future pillars, my dear students. Again, good morning to all of you. It's really a very proud and privileged moment that the Dean of School of Postgraduate Studies has organized. Sorry, I left Appa, who is sitting in the front. Welcome, Pa, and also Chitra. And really, it's very important. This is really a stepping stone towards entrepreneurship from Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. TNAU has a past glorious time. If you just take 20 years before, whoever studies in Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, they get a job as per their education level. For example, once who done their UG, they will go as agriculture officers. Once they are into PG, as soon as they finish PG, they will become assistant professor. That was one time glory. But now, that time the number of students were also few. But now, we are almost taking more than totally 6,000 students under Tamil Nadu Agricultural University umbrella. So if all of us wants job only in TNAU, or if all of us wants job only from government side, it is impossible. So the order of the day is you become the entrepreneur and you provide job to many other people. So that is the order of the day. So in that line, really this is a big stepping stone Dean School of Postgraduate Studies has initiated. My hearty congratulations to you, Dr. Lakshman, for doing this wonderful job of initiating this particular event. And not only that, this is giving lot of confidence among the students. I wish that each and every student's thesis should lead to either a very high impact factor publication or a patent or a process. It is that way you have to think. When you are choosing the thesis topic itself, you have to have that great goal in your mind. Okay, so this is the way our university should go forward. That is my greatest vision I am having. If we just see the India, we produces 11% of the total agricultural products and provides food to 1/6 of the population of the globe. Every one of us knows this. And agriculture provides livelihood to about half of the Indian population. So India is mainly an agrarian country. Either directly or indirectly, more than 50% of the population is engaged in agriculture. And in Tamil Nadu itself, we have around 80 lakh farmers. So you can imagine how much is the value for agriculture as of now. It is estimated that out of 150 million farmers in India, more than 85% of them are having less than 2 hectares of land. That means more than 85% of the farmers are small and marginal. Every one of us know that. So we have to generate technologies according to their needs, according to their requirements, and also according to their wealth conditions. So our technologies should be driven towards that line. The hard work and contribution of the farming community, it placed India in the largest producers of many crops. To state a few, in banana, mango, papaya, chickpea, garlic and bendi, we lead the number 1 in the whole of the world. And we rank in second in many other things, including sugarcane, rice, potato, wheat, groundnut, dry onion, green peas, pumpkin and many other crops. So India achieved the highest ever agricultural export of 50 billion in the year 21-22. So this is the highest export market we achieved. At the same time, Tamil Nadu, we ranked 4th in the position of Indian states. Among different states in India, we ranked 4th in doing the export market. It showed that there is a greater potential for food processing, export and value addition. Just the representative from Confederation of Indian Industry was expressing the same view. The production we have achieved to a greatest level. Even our APC sir was saying that we have reached more than 120 lakh tonnes for Tamil Nadu. So it is the greatest achievement. We have received 5 times Krishi Karman award for the highest productivity in crops. Okay, so if that be the case, what is the next? It has to be in the food processing, value addition. These are the things which we need to take into the premier priority. And we have got multiple challenges. Every one of us know there are so many challenges as far as agriculture is concerned. On top of it lies climate change. Even everybody is talking about climate change. Every industry is getting affected by climate change. Agriculture is one of the industry, one of the sector which actually gets affected mostly because of the changing temperatures and changing rainfall patterns and so on. We have so many extreme weather events that are happening. Okay, so even in the last few days, we have so much of copious rain in Ooty that actually led to landslides and kind of things. Every monsoon season, you can just see either it will end up in a drought or it will end up in excess monsoon. There are so many things that are happening because of the changing climatic condition. Not only that, the water requirement of the crops is increasing. Almost 20 to 25% increase in water requirement will happen in the crops. If we could grow a rice crop with 1200 millimeters as of now in the conventional condition, we need 1500 and plus millimeters of water in the future, maybe in another 20-25 years of time. That much is the requirement that is going to go up. Not only that, the pest and diseases. There are so many pest and diseases are coming. To quote a few, just we had maize fall armyworm. and it was keeping the entire plant protection scientists so busy. 2 years before, government of Tamil Nadu gave 5 crore rupees to control the pest. They did an excellent job and they controlled the pest so well. And then once it was slightly subsiding, that then came the rugospiraling whitefly. Okay, entire coconut garden that was affected by rugospiraling whitefly. Then after that, the wilt issue came. Mealybug came, whitefly came. There are so many issues. Some of the time these pests were very minor, but those pests have become major because of the changing climatic condition. Okay, so these are some of the issues because of climatic condition that is happening. And not only that, the second major issue is deterioration of soil health. I'm very happy to see that the nanotechnology department has come up with so much of innovations. We have just seen in the exhibition, Expo, there are so many innovations they have come out, even to fix the phosphorus. You know, phosphorus if we apply, it gets fixed, more than 70% gets fixed. They have just come out with the technology to make most of the phosphorus applied as available one. Not only that, they've come out with nano urea and so on. So I'm just quoting a few. There are many other inventions that are happening and that they have exhibited. Another important issue is price volatility. You know, like one time, just a best example is onion. One time we are just paying 200 rupees per kilogram. In another few weeks, we are just paying 10 rupees per kilogram. That much is the range of variations that is happening. So this again is the greatest issue. And then lack of motivation among the farming community. So there are so many technologies available in the lab, but that has to reach to the land. There is a large gap is available. So everything, whatever the gaps that we are feeling, that could be definitely filled with so much of technologies. Thanks to COVID, you know, you can just think why I'm saying thanks to COVID. You know, COVID has changed our entire lifestyle. Right? So many people who were doing lot of innovation in the IT sector, most of the people have come back to agriculture. They are doing such a lot of innovation in agriculture sector. With their young minds and young blood, they are trying to innovate so much in agriculture. Entire thing is becoming IoTs. Complete irrigation is becoming automated now. Not only irrigation, fertigation, and also they are also coming up with robotics. Right? Even I just saw in the Expo, they have just come out with the technology to harvest with artificial intelligence to harvest only the ripened fruits. And also grading. So many things, so many advantages. I mean, so many innovations are happening with the IT sector coming into agriculture side. So these are all some of the things which is very, very important. At any country, to achieve the status of developed country, it needs innovation in advanced technologies. So India is marching towards that. We have to very proudly be saying that India is marching towards that. After 100 years, at 100th years of independence, maybe in 2047, India is expected to be the #1 powerful country, surpassing even US and China. So we have to march towards that. Lakshman has put very dynamically agriculture 4.0. That is where we are moving towards. That is where we are marching towards. Okay, there are so many things that are happening. As per the World Bank report 2019, India ranks in 63rd position out of 190 countries in terms of ease of doing business. That means there are many foreign investors are coming into India for doing business because we have got so much of diversity, so much of favorable enabling environment we are providing. That's why people are coming into India. They want to do so much of business into Indian industries. So we are very happy that we are joining hands with industry, even with the student life itself. When you are starting to think about what problem to choose, now you have lot of opportunity. Industries are going to make presentation. They are going to tell what is their requirement. So you can pick your thesis topic from that and then you can join hands. Lakshman very well said. He said he is going to have post conference desk. That is what is the one which he was envisaging. So that desk will definitely help you in connecting the people with right industry. So when you get connected with the right industry, if need be, we will be happy to send you to the industry. Now we are making so many things ease for the students' betterment. If you want to do something with the industry, we will make that arrangement. We will be very flexible and we will organize your trip to the industry. You can stay there, you can learn the technology, you can contribute and you can come out with the process or product. Okay, this is the way we are moving forward. And not only that, if you want to do something, if you get connected with some of the foreign industries, we are also opening up so many things. You people can go and do something in other countries also, and you can come up with some new innovations. So Ministry of Commerce in 2022, it was reported that India produced 100 unicorns, and 1,000 unicorns are existing over the world globally, and 10 unicorns are born in India. We have got more than 100 unicorns. So this is the report from the Ministry of Commerce. In case of innovation index framed by World Intellectual Property Organization, we rank 46th position. That means we are no way lesser than that. So we have to definitely move forward and do lot of things. And I'm happy to inform that TNAU has filed 77 patents, and out of which 17 patents and 2 copyrights were granted. So this is the big achievement that Tamil Nadu Agricultural University has done. However, a coordinated and synergetic approach can go a long way to amplify and to get a positive impact on these status. So current status of innovative startups from the agriculture domains, the Agritech Techstar, it took a route in the last decade, but momentum has gained after the COVID, that is in the last 3 years. There are estimated more than 600 proof of concept Agritech startups are available, right? And then Agritech will continue to attract venture capital in the range of $500 million and to $1 billion in the annual basis. So that is what is the report that is coming out. So the Agritech startups are trying to solve multi-dimensional problems, preventing damage, any kind of damage in the Indian agriculture. There are top 7 emerging innovations have occurred. One is the domain-driven and tech-enabled aggregation and distribution of farm produces from point of collection to the consumer point. Best example is maybe Ninja Cart. That is one of the best example. Another one is Big Basket. We can just quote so many other companies on that line. The second one is quality assaying of agricultural commodities, wherein we test the quality of the produce and we develop the data, and these things are taken care of. So again, here also we have got a lot of companies involved in this. The third type of innovation is building near farm storage, warehouse and producing unit. This is very, very essential one. Lot of produce we have produced, we have come to a saturation level. The next important thing is we have to store them properly, process them, value add them and bring it to the market. So for this particular innovation is important. Optimizing the use of agricultural inputs and enable delivery to the farmers. This again is very, very important. Yeah, as far as fertilizers are concerned, if we just take one fertilizer, urea, the use efficiency is less than 40%. That means the rest 60% we are wasting, and that adds up to greenhouse gas emission. Agriculture is one of the contribution to the climate change. So to reduce that, we have now come out with the nano urea, we have come out with the fertigation. So many things are happening, so many innovations are happening, wherein our fertilizer use efficiency could be enhanced to more than 80%. The next one is reduced labor cost through mechanization. Now the labor cost has become too high. Many people, they don't want to go and work in the hot sun. Everybody wants a white collar job. So there are a lot of innovation that are happening in the mechanization front as well. Then farmers advisory, data driven crop monitoring, precision farming and etc. Our remote sensing and GIS department is doing a wonderful job. Whenever there is a natural calamity, we people stand first in helping our government in assessing the loss, in helping the insurance people, collecting the data, giving the farmers the right time, the compensation, everything. We are standing the first. And not only that, our drone department has come forward to really help the farmers in standardizing protocols. We make lot of protocols for application of drones in spraying chemicals, in seeding, so many things we are doing in the drone application side. Then environmental controlled agriculture. This is very, very important. This is where the next innovation, agriculture 4.0 is going to happen. For example, the hydroponics, where within 10% of the water which is used in the open condition, you can grow the beautiful crop with enhanced yield. So this kind of innovations that can happen in controlled environment. The crop that cannot be grown in the tropical region also could be grown in this tropical region through the controlled environment. So there are so many things that are happening in the innovation side. We have got Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. We have got Agribusiness Incubation Forum. I'm very happy to say that Tamil Nadu Agribusiness Incubation Forum, it nurtures, grooms, promotes, develops and providing hand-holding services to the startups and in the domain of agriculture. It aims to foster the care of new venture at early stage and increase its chance for survival and enhance the growth of potential by providing compensative and also comprehensive integrated range of business development services. 8 agribusiness incubation forums established and promoted by TNAU. And also, I think about these things I'll be talking in the afternoon. Coming to the venture capital schemes promoted by TNAU, the venture capital schemes were initiated in the year 2003 and they are doing an excellent job. Especially the seed money is provided, and that seed money the people used to return it back again to the university, and they do an excellent job. And there are so many things that are happening in the university. Maybe it is a chance for all of you to visit the Agri Expo, where the students have really excellently exhibited their innovations. Every one of you, each and every one of the students should also go. You should get motivated. And then my sincere and earnest request to the industries is, please try to find the innovations and give opportunity to our students. If it is in the readiness level, you can directly take it up. If it is in the proof of concept level, please tie up with them so that jointly we can work together, we can grow together. Thank you very much for the great opportunity given.
Thank you, madam, for your guidance and support. Next on stage is Mr. Mahadev Swarna, the Vice President, Specialty Plant Nutrition at Shriram Farm Solutions, a unit of DCM Shriram Limited, New Delhi. In his current role, he is responsible for business development, R&D and overall P&L for specialty plant nutrition business. Under his leadership, company has developed and launched several crop-specific plant nutrition products and new age biofertilizers and biostimulants. He has completed his Masters of Engineering in Irrigation Water Management and did his Senior Management program from IIM Calcutta. He has vast experience in establishing businesses from ground zero and rapidly growing companies in the specialty plant nutrition and other agri-input sectors, and he has worked with companies like Coromandel SQM, Punjab Chemicals and Crop Protection Limited. He is one of the key members of Agri Sciences Committee of Fertilizer Association of India. He has also done various thought leadership and people leadership programs as a panel member and speaker at various national and international conferences. May I request Mr. Mahadev Swarna to provide his presidential address.
Or I'll speak. Whatever you say.
Okay,
No, presentation. I'll just speak.
Okay, speak.
Okay, thank you.
That's a seminar, that particular session you can speak.
Yeah. Good morning to everyone. First of all, I would like to express thanks to Honorable Chairman, Dr. V. Geeta Lakshmi, Vice Chancellor, Mr. C. Samayamurthy, Agriculture Production Commissioner and Secretary to Government, Mr. Prashant Subramanian, Chairman CII Coimbatore Zone, Dr. Lakshmanan, Dean, Postgraduate Studies, and all the dignitaries who are sitting on the dais, as well as off the dais. And most importantly, to all the students who are present online and offline. It's a great privilege and honor to speak to you on this very, very important occasion. Today I can say that it's a great moment for TNAU to convene such a global level conference and Expo and showcasing the agro innovations to the global community. So when Dr. Lakshmanan approached me to speak, then I thought that what should be the topic I should be speaking. So then he said that this is the main motivation to conduct this Expo and conference. Then I thought that yes, I'll definitely come. So this is very appropriate to take the inputs from the industry and align the innovations to the needs of the industry as well as the farmer community. So today when I went to the Expo, I felt that this is the university which is doing a pioneering work. Great innovations, great students, great mentors. So when innovations restrict to the labs, the R&D centers, there is no use. So somehow it has to reach to the target audience. So these kind of conferences, it will attract the attention of the target audience, industry. At the same time, it gives an opportunity to connect to the industry. So taking this opportunity, today just I would like to touch upon few thoughts from my side, and I would like to speak on evolving landscape for the crop nutrition. So as you are all aware, there are so many global mega trends which are happening and which are going to shape the agri industry in the coming years. So being the innovative community, so we have to think whether we are aligned with the global trends, whether we are aligned with the changing trends in the industry. So when we talk about the global trends, so there are so many trends which are happening, but I would like to touch upon 3 or 4 major trends. So first one is, in the last few years, I can say that there is a depreciation of the sustained low commodity prices. That means you might be consuming so many staples. So day by day, their prices are reducing. So basically what is happening is that our farmers' income compared to the expenses, it is getting eroded. Then when we speak about careful and selective spending on the inputs and equipments, it is going up day by day. So looking into that, there is a good demand for the products which can give high produce at the low dosages. And at the same time, there is a requirement for balanced nutrition. So apart from this, the so-called global warming, it is going to drive the future innovations and future growth path of the agri industry. Whether it's a seeds industry, whether it's crop nutrition or it is crop protection industry. So the whole research is going to move towards nutrition use efficiency, sustainability, and these aspects. Then the second change which is going to happen, or the mega trend which is happening, is towards improving crop productivity. So global population is growing, particularly Indian population. Now you might be hearing that India is already the most populous country. Earlier we used to think that China is the most populous country, but recent consensus says that India is the most populous country with 140 crore population. So there is a significant increase in the fruit production demand within industry or within India. So to meet the growing population, huge amount of research is going to happen in the R&D space in improving the crop productivity. So to do the same, there should be a greater collaboration happen between the industry, academia, and the government agencies. Then the third, sustainability related issues are going to drive the industry. So many times when you attend global conferences or local conferences, this is a buzzword. Sustainability is the buzzword. So what is in simple terms, sustainability is nothing but using less and producing more. This is nothing but sustainability. That means you are going to use the less dosage, more efficient nutrition, more efficient crop protection products to produce more and to produce the quality produce. So this is going to drive the future innovations, and towards this, the products, the technologies are going to evolve. And looking into this, there are already good number of companies, R&D institutes are working in the space of soil amendments, which are going to reduce the primary nutrition, that is nitrogen, phosphorus, and potash. So it is already, trials are on, and they have patented, and many venture capitalists, they invested money in those companies. Then, as our Vice Chancellor told, there is a big research which is happening in AgTech space, whether it's in terms of drone applications, robotics, or precision farming, tracing. So many technologies are happening. So I'm sure that many of the innovations, many of the research which is happening across the globe, in India, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, I'm sure that they are also aligned themselves in these innovations, in these technology transformations. If you talk about the most researched areas in which the research is happening, I'll try to highlight few areas. One area in which good research is happening on genome editing for better crop nutrition. Genome editing. Earlier we used to think about only soils, how to play around with the nutrition, how to produce more. But now this is the new research area. In case you have microbiology department, you can look into this. Then crop nutrition in hydroponics and aquaponics, already the research is happening. How to use the efficient products in the hydroponics and vertical farming. Then use of beneficial nutrients like silica, titanium, nickel, cobalt. Earlier we used to talk about only 16 essential elements which are generally used in the crop nutrition. But the latest thing is usage of silica, titanium, nickel, cobalt. This is the new research area which is happening. Then microbiologically enriched mineral fertilizers. This is one more area in which research is happening. Then biofortification. I have seen in one of the students, they have tried to explain me what is happening with the biofortification. This is going to become one of the biggest areas because government has got big interest to reach the biofortified produce to the lower end of the pyramid, to lower end of the population, huge population in India. Then achieving the nutrition use efficiency through nanotechnology. So already good amount of work is happening in TNAU. I can say that based on my observation, TNAU is doing a fantastic job in nanotechnology space. So endophytes are plant beneficial microbe for biotic and abiotic stresses management. This is one big area of the research. In future, looking into the changing climatic conditions, management of the biotic and abiotic stresses is going to be the big research area. And there is a big commercial demand for this particular area. And study of different bioactive compounds as biostimulants. As you are aware, recently Government of India has brought biostimulants law to bring the quality biostimulants into the market. So TNAU can look into working towards big research in the biostimulant space. Suppose in case I tell you that what are the farmers' challenges today farmer is facing, in case our students, our academians, if they can focus on some of those challenges, then definitely there will become a big commercial proposition. So looking into this, there will be a stress management and soil quality. This is one good area wherein farmer is facing big challenge. So this can become one of the research areas, or you can look into commercialization of some of the products. Then phosphorus nutrition use efficiency is the lowest among the primary nutrients. So already some of you might be working in this. Otherwise, there is a good requirement for doing a deep research in this space. Then bringing farm mechanization in the Indian context. That means there are so many Japanese companies, European companies, but those mechanization equipments, they may not be relevant to India because the land acreage in the global populace, global farmers, it is completely different from the Indian farmer perspective. So looking into that, there is a good demand for localization for the mechanization in India. So if you talk about the concern areas for the research institutes, that means some of the points which are highlighted by Dr. Lakshman and the Vice Chancellor. So some of the issues are not relevant to TNAU, but in general, many agriculture universities, they are doing the basic research, but there is a need for the application-oriented research. So there is a difference between application-oriented research and basic research. So industry appreciate the application-oriented research. So the gap between the practical problems faced by the farmers and the type of research being conducted, sometimes I find there is a disconnect. So whoever is involved in the research, whether it's the mentors, the professors, guides, or the students, first let them go to the farms, let them understand the challenges, then start the research. Try to identify some kind of a challenge and try to address the challenge. Then lack of networking with the other institutes. Many institutes, they have this big issue. That means they will try to do their work in the silo. But now huge amount of research is happening. It is readily available. Just we have to get connected. So I feel that this linking is missing with the research institutes. So I personally feel that in case TNA is not doing something in this space, they can do this. In many cases, academic experts are the imparting the education. That means their syllabi, what they are teaching, is not relevant no more. So they might have to align themselves with that. Then some of the recommendations from my side is there is a need for stronger incubation centers. I think Vice Chancellor has already highlighted that you have got 8 incubation centers. This is a great news. So these institutes, these kind of incubation centers are already popular with the IIMs, Institute of Management, all the premier institutes. They attract the industry and they ask them to invest, and they ask the industry guys to come and mentor their students. Okay, so that's how that connection will happen. Then one more suggestion is that now most of the PG students and postgraduate students, they can take some short-term projects and long-term projects, so which are aligned to the industry requirements. This is in case you are already not doing, please try to do. Then actively speaking to outside-in perspective, that means identifying the problem statements, that is going with the market-driven research rather than choosing some topic and doing the research. So last point which I would like to highlight is on the working closely with the industry and global academia. This is a must. This is very critical for uplifting of the innovation, at the same time aligning yourself with the industry requirements. So finally, for the budding entrepreneurs, future leaders, when I go and address many agri-business management institutes and students, I always see them as the future leaders, future entrepreneurs. So the main critical aspect for them to identify the problem is they have to think very grassroots level. That means what is the existing gap? How I can address those gaps? So in case they can come out, they can identify those gaps, then that can become a big commercial hit. For doing that, there are some behavioral characters required in each person. That is, please work with deep passion, be self-motivated, and always be a lifelong learner, and show the right attitude. If you can possess this, no one can beat you. And at the same time, I always tell that you have to enhance your network by talking to your peers, by talking to your seniors, by talking to the industry. That's how you will grow and your institutes will grow. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your motivating speech. The only way to discover the limits of the possible is to go beyond them into the impossible. And here we go with the most awaited audio-visual clip on student innovations. Let us all have a look into it.
Theme 1. Crop nutrition. The innovations are Ashwida K, Phosphorus Enhancer, a new generation plant growth booster. Bala Ganesh B, Pine oleoresin coated urea, a novel nitrogen efficient fertilizer. Lata M, Lignoria, advanced nano nitrogen fertilizer. Davidson Rokins P, probiotic bacterial formulation for saline tolerance and growth promotion in rice. Gautam Gola, multi-nutrient nano-composite for the smart delivery of nitrogen and trace elements to the crops. Nilavarasi R, seaweed nano-coating formulation for enhancing seedling vigor and yield in Bendi. Shivashankar M, microbes-mediated weed management in rice. Rajashekhar R, zinc oxide nanoparticles to boost the productivity in pulses. Sweta S, smart release nano encapsulated herbicide. Xavier for rain-fed situation. Swatika N, bio nano herbicide to manage weeds in organic production system. Mumasani Ashrita, nano encapsulation of diclosulam herbicide for effective weed control in groundnut. Yarni G, bacterial exopolysaccharide based. Yum, Prozol, a soil probiotic to enhance crop yield and combat climate change. Silambarasun Yum, a viable biocontrol weed management agents through in situ decomposition of the invasive Ipomea cornea. Vinita N, suitability of fertilizers and herbicides as filler materials in drum seeded rice. Suganya K, microbial exopolysaccharides formulation for soil conditioning and yield boosting. Krishnaraj M, ferrous bisglycinate and zinc methionate chelated complexes, a yield booster. Parveen Banu Ye, biochar seed coating formulation for enhancing seed germination and vigor in pulses. Team 2, Crop Care. The innovations are Ashida Joy, management of papaya ring spot virus using IPDM module. Naveen Kumar T, nano biopesticide for the management of Rugose spiraling whitefly. Rahul Dev AS, Streptomyces consortium against peanut bud necrosis virus. Chandrasekhar Y, land assay for the detection of airborne inoculum of rice fall smut. Malavika B, phyloplane bacterial formulation, a potent antagonist against Helminthosporium tursicum in maize. Shaliga B, nematophagous fungal formulation against nematodes. Suresh L, actinobacteria-based bioformulation for the management of Macrophamina phazolina in background. Murugavel K, microbial bioformulation for the management of major diseases of tea. Archana T, endophytic formulation, a potent management of bacterial wilt of potato. Shannagapriya S, polymeric nanoformulation for the management of coffee, whites. Chinnadure S, silicon, a plant defense against fall armyworm, Spodoptera frugiperda. Yasmin A, botanical pesticide formulation, a control release formulation against diamondback moth, Lutella xylostella. Mary Lisha J, seaweed formulation against diamondback moth, Lutella xylostella. Madan K, nanogloids to extend the shelf life of pulses. Nucleachina, nanofiber seed coating for small delivery of functional molecules. Muthu R, Annona, farmer's friend, Lepidopterum's enemy. Theme 3, Crop Improvement. The innovations include Gurve Vaibhav Ramesh of yellow vein mosaic virus resistant Bendi. Vignesh P, CRISPR-Cas9 mediated genetic engineering of disease susceptibility genes in rice for sheath blight disease resistance. Niveda N, artificial microRNAs mediated resistance against peanut bud necrosis virus in tomato. Purushothaman J, multi-parent advanced generation intercross assisted breeding in tomato, Janani tea, micropropagation of moringa for increase in bioactive compounds, Sivadarshana Priya or intra and interspecific hybridization for developing elite pleurotus cultivars, Yama Santoshi Lavanya, microbiome assisted crop improvement of grain, zinc content in rice.
Team 4 Post Harvest Processing. The innovations are Adira VB Advanced Monolaurin formulation from coconut oil as emulsifier for food industries. G. Tamil Amudan for fodder pelleting and improved process to enhance animal digestibility and palatability. Karpi Omkar Shivaji Biographene, a potent multifunctional agro supplement. M. Venkatasamy Nano Edible Coatings from Cissus Quadrangulars, an improved packaging. Deep Moringa Biomolecule Food Fortification, a potent nutrient enrichment. Sindhu Bharati SA Natural Anthocyanin Food Colorant from Roselle for confectionaries. R. Yogeshwari Manufacturing of Nutrient Dense Extruded Rice. T. Shivashakti Non-Dairy Flavored Milk Beverage from Peanut. M. Pandidurai Novel Functional Products with Encapsulated Moringa Powder.
Team 5 Nutraceuticals, Poultry and Animal Care. The innovations are Divya Bharati P, antioxidant minor formulation from orange peel, Mogita P, nutraceutical nano delivery system to enhance the bioavailability and therapeutic potential of traditional Kauni rice. Chitra R, nanobetaloins as health supplement. Shivashankari L, nano antibiotics from plant bioactives for the control of multi-drug resistant Staphylococcus aureus in poultry birds.
Team 6 Machineries, Drones, IoT and AI. The innovations are Arogya Infant Paul Drone, an advanced tool for herbicidal weed management in direct seeded rice. Ravuri Sai Prashant Design and development of robotic harvester for capsicum under protected cultivation. M. Jayaraj Developing novel establishment technique using mechanical paper roll for direct seeded rice. Komanaboina Raju Yadav Design and development of automatic inter and intra-row weeder. I. Chinnamani Reworking paddy drum seeder slots for metered seed drop in wet seeded rice. G. Kartikeyan Designing and implications of vetiver floating wetlands for wastewater treatment. P. Jagadishwaran Modeling and artificial intelligence based crop and household data. Many company officials could not attend this event who have sent their wishes virtually. We are proud sharing them now.
So this video for people who are watching online. So kindly just try to attend this particular expo in person, because a lot of things are available for you to see and witness. And who are watching this particular program through online, probably you should get motivated and come and visit all these innovations which are happening in TNAU. For that only just we are sending this video to everyone who are watching this program through online.
like Harrison Maran Limited,
Yeah.
who are into tea, rubber, and
Thank you.
spices.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshman.
This
And
event-
it's really innovative. Those who have not personally participated, it's a great chance for them to look at through video. And the main purpose that I have again come here is I want to share a very happy moment here. Our Tamil Nadu Agricultural University was adjudged as the best agricultural university and we received the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Award. I received the award last Saturday from New Delhi. It is the highest award given by the Indian Council of Agricultural Research. It is all because of your contribution. So this is my greatest privilege to inform to all of you. Thank you so much.
We at Harrison Maran Limited appreciate the initiatives taken by TNU to drive the importance of agro innovations, linking students' innovations with plantation companies like Harrison Maran Limited, who are into tea, rubber, and spices. This event provides an opportunity for plantation company like Harrison Maran Limited to understand the innovative ideas, product, and work with TNU students and faculties under the product mode to ensure food and nutritional security. The conference will surely facilitate.
Now, I would call upon Dr. N.O. Gopal, Professor, Office of Dean, SPGS, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning to all. Most respected and Honorable Vice Chancellor, and most respected and beloved Agriculture Production Commissioner and Secretary to the Government, Mrs. Saraswati Kannayan, Mr. Prasant Subramaniam, Mr. Mahadev Swarna, Dr. A. Lakshmanan, Dean Postgraduate Studies, and Deans and Directors, Heads of the Department, Professors, and student friends, and industry participants. So I take privilege to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of School of Postgraduate Studies. I would like to record my sincere thanks to Mr. C. Samayamurthy, IAS, Agriculture Production Commissioner and Secretary to the Government, Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, Government of Tamil Nadu. Within a very short span of time of 6 months, he has contributed more than 60 crores to our Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. That shows that his interest on TNAU and also the farmers is very well appreciated. So I thank Honorable Agriculture Production Commissioner. Next, I thank Honorable Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. She is a dynamic force behind us, and the concept of the Global Conference Expo and Agro Innovations were proposed by her and fine-tuned by various meetings and discussions. I thank you, Madam, for your support and organizing the wonderful conference. Next, I would like to thank Mrs. Saraswati Kannayan, Chairman, Hindustan Institution. So she has readily agreed and inaugurated our expo today morning, and she was all along with this conference for the whole day. I thank you, Madam, for your support. Next, I would like to register my sincere thanks to the Mr. Prasant Subramanian, Chairman, Confederation of Indian Industry, Coimbatore Zone, and his team of the CI members and other members for the support rendered by CI for organizing this conference. My sincere thanks to Mr. Mahadev Swarna, Vice President, Specialty Plant Nutrition, DCM, who agreed to a presidential address for this conference. Thank you, sir. I thank all the deans, especially Dean SPGS, Dr. Lakshmanan, for organizing this conference and supporting us as a team, and we made this conference a great success. I would like to register my sincere thanks to deans and directors of our main campus and constituent colleges and affiliated colleges for supporting us for this conference. My sincere thanks once again to all the CIE members and the industries who have visited today, and based on the CIE's initiative, and they have participated both online and offline. I sincerely thank all the industry personnel and the industry heads and others for their various deliberations. My sincere thanks to all the head of the departments of main campus, professors, associate professor, and PG coordinator for helping us to organize this global conference and expo in successful manner. I register my sincere thanks to all the postdoctoral fellows, research associates, SRFs and others, and other invited participants, especially the ABD incubatees. More than 25 to 30 ABD incubatees have participated in this conference. I thank them for their successful participation. I thank all the PG, PhD scholars of different years. They actively participated and demonstrated their product. Not the least, I would like to thank all the young innovators who have given their product. More than 110-20 products we received and screened, and we displayed in 64 products or so in the exhibition. I thank all the press people, PROs and media persons for organizing this conference and grand section. I thank one and all estate officer and his team for nice arrangement, etc. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you one and all.
So just we can break for tea, but very importantly, I request all the students and all the participants to assemble at the earliest, because we are just 30 minutes behind the schedule. But after this, we are having a couple of important presentations from the company people. So I request all the students, please get back to your seats at the earliest, and that snacks is arranged for the students in the lawn opposite to this convention hall. For all these other participants, it's at the right side of this hall, the tea is arranged. So kindly get yourself refreshed and get back to your seats at the earliest. Thank you.
Those who are presenting, please hand over the PPT for the next section.
So attention students, all of you are requested to get back into the auditorium so that we can proceed with our plan. We are already late by 30 minutes. Students are requested to assemble back inside the hall as early as possible. Thank you.
All the students are requested to get into the convocation hall. This particular session is only for you students. Please get in at the earliest. The lead speaker of the session is ready. Please get in. And also I request Swatika, Jagadish and Krishnaraj to come onto the stage. All the students, please get in at the earliest. We are already running behind the schedule. Students who are in the lawn are requested to get into the convocation hall. Students, please occupy the front seats. This session is only for you. Come to the front seats. Everyone, please start occupying from the front row. Start occupying from the front row.
Students, please get into the hall. Welcome back. We are about to start the session 1 on crop nutrition. We now request all the dignitaries on the stage, please. May I request Dr. A. Lakshmanan, Dean School of Postgraduate Studies, to welcome Dr. Basavaraj Girnivar, Chairman and MD, Cryogen Biotech and Agri-App, Bangalore, with a memento and bouquet. Dr. Basavaraj Grinivar is the Chairman and Managing Director, Kriyagen Agri and Biotech Private Limited, Bengaluru. He did his UG at UAS Dharwad, MSc Plant Physiology and Biotechnology at Haryana Agricultural University and doctoral degree at Texas University, USA. He is also the Chairman and MD at Rico Winery Private Limited, Chairman and MD at Agri App Technologies Limited, Chairman and MD at Art of Agriculture Foundation. He is an experienced business executive who has demonstrated the ability to lead diverse teams of professionals to new levels of success in a variety of highly competitive industries, cutting-edge markets, and fast-paced environments. He is embedded with strong technical and business qualifications with an impressive track record of hands-on experience in strategic planning, business unit development, project and product management. He bagged 7 awards, 5 patents, 12 publications with 17 international presentations and talks. He served as a member in Vidhana Sauda and as executive member on Karnataka State Agricultural Agency and Research Advisory Board for the University of Horticultural Sciences, Bagalkot. Organized farmers' trainings to create awareness on the importance of organic fertilizers over chemical fertilizers and demonstrated several hundred demonstrations all over the state. He has built a scalable and technology-enabled business models for IT, ITC, IoT, M-commerce, drone for the field of agriculture, collaborating with Israel and USA to introduce the precision agriculture. May I now request Dr. Basavaraj to give his technical session.
Thank you very much. It's a pure delight to be here in the august presence of scholars, leaders, and students and industry expert. I take this opportunity to thank Honorable Chairman of the program, Dr. Geeta Lakshmi, Vice Chancellor of the University, and head of this initiative, Dr. Lakshmanan, and other organizing members. I'm going to talk next 10 to 15 minutes about agriculture 4.0 or 4.0, however you would like to call it. I'm going to ask anyway, one question to the seniors and one question to students, if I can start with. Sir, those who are elder to me, meaning 50, 60 years, can tell me how many of us would have a phone and live with it 25 years back, right? And when we look at today, can we live our life without a smartphone and complete our day? Well, obviously no. That's what would be the answer. Now the question to the youngsters out there, how would the agriculture will be when India will be most populous country on the earth by 2050? We are going to discuss and debate, probably I will incite, instigate, ask questions. Obviously I don't have answers, but I'll talk about the agriculture 4.0, focusing on productivity, profitability, sustainability for going to be a united industry I call agriculture, food and ecology. Dr. Lakshman and I was, in the month of March, I went all the way to San Francisco to attend the World Agri-Tech Conference. I got some insights of learning from global leaders. It was more so for an industry conglomerate, getting together. So I can share some of those things if the time permits. Now I will, with these two, the history of 25 years, what we can visualize, the mobile phone, internet brought to the communication and the communication-led enterprises, and how it's going to transform us in the industrial revolution 4.0. And it's the right time for us. How do we draw parallels first time in the history right away with the industry so that the agriculture could be agriculture and farming, you know, animal husbandry, all subsidiaries could be a good amount of beneficiary. And agriculture is going to be embedded in the food. And agriculture and food industry is the largest polluter, so we gonna better evolve to ecological services. If I can leave us, you know, take home message to my young, you know, student friends here, you know, with you are not just in agriculture, you are going to be embedded in agriculture system, food system, and ecological services. Because as you are going to see, you know, as Honorable Vice Chancellor spoke about the climate change, the markets, you know, smallholder farmers, we are at actually a crossroad. So how do we evolve technologies? You know, how do we understand the problems? How do we craft the solutions? You know, quick 1 minute introduction about me. I am also BSc Agri, MSc Agri, PhD Agri. Professor Lakshmanan, I agree totally to agree. That's what I'm going to a little bit walk you through some of my experiments. I fell in love with in 1990, when I was in undergrad, I fell in love with biotechnology. Right, so I ended up with reading all that, you know, being an agri graduate, you know, we understand the plant sciences, more so plant breeding, pathology, you know, stuff like that. Then I went on to study. Then recently I fell in love with again the other technology called, you know, agri-technology, which is emerging, you know, it's happening. You know, how do we make more sense to the things around you is going to be the theme of my talk. I don't want to read this, but let's understand the trend. Industry started. The first actually industry 0.0 is agriculture, according to me. You know, the humanity got its differentiating, you know, take from our primate, you know, apes. The distinction is agriculture. So that goes without saying, but not many people lay the emphasis or put the emphasis on that. So industry 1, 2, 3, 4. When you look at, it has taken a lot of years, 80, 90 years for one transition, and second is 100 years, many years now. From within 50 years, we have seen the evolution of 4.0. It is already happening. Factories are automated. The defense industries are actually becoming humanless, you know. So we have to context. In this slide, I wanted my student friends to hear, understand what is happening in Industrial Revolution 3 and 4, how we can quickly graduate from 0 to 4. Sir, that's my, you know, quick, because we don't have the big, especially for India, smallholder, marginal, you know, marginalized, not so economically well-off farmers cannot go through 2 and 3 steps for various reasons. And tech being, you know, elevator and equalizer, we have an opportunity to look at that one. Now, I call agriculture 4.0 or farming 4.0 as a new age agriculture. We had a subsistence agriculture. We have, you know, all of you know, Green Revolution, right? Myself and Dr. Lakshmanan went to Texas A&M University, and I had a personal privilege to discuss with Dr. Norman Borlaug, you know, when I was a PhD student out there, and interact and get to understand the first-hand insights of making Green Revolution happen. So here we are on the cusp of another revolution called, you know, agri-tech or precision agriculture revolution. Here I have mentioned many of the items here which are going to be the enablers of it. Okay, enablers of it. As we have seen in the previous slide, going back to, okay, it goes only one way. Let me try this. Yeah. How do you define agriculture 4.0 is going to be cyber physical systems and IoTs and networks and data programs, AI, ML enabled. Agriculture is going to be equally on par with any other industrial system, because we are going to be bringing the same set of technologies, you know, the sensors, supply chains, storages, analytics are going to be very critical. In terms of, the business, we are going to have smart contracts. Already we are building NFTs for the farms to launch smart contracts. This is all possible for the fact that every farmer will have a smartphone in his hand. He's physically and digitally connected to your business model. If your business model is inclusive and tech is going to transformative, and with the advent of, I don't want to go there, and I think TNAU is one of the advanced, in terms of GIS, GPS. The GPS technologies are going to bring what I call eye in the sky. Your farmer got to watch his crop on daily basis or weekly basis and get to know, how is my crop doing, I built this Agri app in 2014, and I have now currently 200 people working in front end and back end put together. I go sometimes sleepless to get the insights, how these crops are doing. I'll walk you through one of my favorite projects which I'm running for sugarcane. If anybody has any interest in this, come and see me. I have some good opportunity to, work, discover, co-create. I have 2 colleagues here which are plentifully available for interaction. The satellite, what you have, I'm sorry, I'm bad with this. Okay, here, take an example. I get satellite report every 5 days, high resolution European satellites. Of course, Indian satellites are also powerful. It is going to tell, this is a live report saying how is my crop doing in terms of color code. The green is doing good, dark yellow is not good, red is very bad, the crop index. And this is available, I think, if you take a lag data at a fraction of rupees, what we call paisas per acre. These are the kind of technologies available today, and as you are going to discover, rediscover, innovate, and enterprise new ideas, it is important that this campus offers you an amazing opportunity to learn interdisciplinary science, which obviously I did not have, but I have to learn, unlearn and relearn, but we are doing so. It's a good point for students to remember. So, you feed mark your land, ask your IT tool to, pull the data, it pulls and gives it on your palm top or, your mobile phone, and it also sends you a report. What are the stress levels? We are currently getting moisture stress, nutritional stress, biotic stress, and various indices. I think it is in certain instances, I have a drone which goes out and scouts the crop in an establishment in sugarcane. In 4,000 odd countings, it was only wrong by one number. Yeah, that too 35, 37 days old crop. So that's a precision which the machines are picking up. And if I do myself, it takes close to 4 hours, 5 hours. If drone does, it does in 2 or 2.5 minutes. And the cost of doing is like 5 rupees. Right? This is phenomenal. So I'm excited about the technology. We are building digital twin. This is, somebody said to me, it's insane to build digital twin. I said, when the data flows, anything is possible. Right? It's all of the data. Right? So we are putting together one of the global agri-tech platform and sitting in Bangalore and connecting Israel and US together to put the smartest technologies together to work for our agricultural entrepreneurs. I call farmer as entrepreneur. The economics, enablers, efficiencies, are very minimal for him. So if we bring these latest technologies, IoTs, drones, these are actually not hi-fi. These are essential part of our 4.0 stories. I have half a dozen drones which go, another half a dozen drones which go for, spraying and surveillance. We keep pulling in the data and analyzing and building, models and analysis of the data to make actionable decisions. What should our farmers do? And what should our farmers do with their machines actually? Now, if the drone talks to your mobile phone and then mobile phone talks to your IoT device or a machine, that is 4.0. Yeah, and then guess what? My favorite. I actually this is going to be next revolution in drone tech. Drone is actually not a big great thing, but if it decisively deciphers the problem and sprays or looks out and identifies and scouts, that is the power of the drone, which is adding AI, ML or artificial general intelligence, AGI. If we pull these together to the drone and go and tell, actually we have to go organic with the drone. Sounds foxy? Now look at the botanicals, look at the biologicals. Most suitable, which is most suitable for drone applications? This university has probably dozen products, biologicals, botanicals, biopesticides, nanofertilizers, nanonutrients. This is going to be more sustainable. I'm excited about it. So, AI, ML, vision, robotics, see and spray. Currently, our farmers see, but they still spray. Yeah, they spray where they generally spray, and the machines are not intelligent. Machines are mechanical, or probably electronically enabled. Right? If we bring that, I request the students in the mechanical and professors to look at how do you embed AI, ML into drone and crop specific problems and come up with the solutions. This is about the digital twins. Your crop, we are creating a standard digital twin, and the dynamic data driven digital twin will be flown in from drone and satellite, and you have a comparative analysis of what should be and what it is. According to my crop calendars, what should I do now? And it should trigger from 2 or 3 another points of points of reference for your action. One is market. As Vice Chancellor mentioned, the onion price. Top crops we call tomato, onion and potato. The price at the sowing, when the farmer goes for sowing, is like 70 rupees. When he produces and brings to market, it is not even 7 rupees. In Kolar, near Bangalore, where I am co-located, poor farmers put the tomatoes after growing on the road. Not fair. Not fair for the farmer, not fair for the ecology, not fair for the economy. Look at how are we hurting ourselves. So, if we pull the data and make more sense and give just before sowing an indicative. Today in Mumbai, most complex industries performance through share price analysis and whatever is analyzed and given a report to investors. Why not to our investors called farmers? Just before going, I've been thinking about it since my undergrad course where I studied VCS cycle of agriculture, produce and price. Right. So it's a high time we bring the big data, analytics, IoT in our agriculture 4.0 and fix it. In fact, I wanted to make a appeal and request to Agriculture Produce Commissioner, who is, I think he was in the morning session, to put a center of excellence for this one for Tamil Nadu. How the production program is industrialized and economics is bought in, markets are bought in, pricing is bought in, so that the farmer should never lose, and more so ecology should never be losing for human missing intelligence. This is my model for market price prediction, which I mentioned. We have ICT tools, big data coming in, and an app. You build your app, or you go to somebody's app, build an app. I have an app which is 2 million downloaded, which we are building a global agri-tech app, as I said. We are pulling together the data from the farmer and from IoT devices and the systems such as Earth observation satellite system, UAS systems, and many systems. So for that, actually, we won Agriculture Grand Challenge in 2018. Ministry launched Agriculture Grand Challenge. I proposed this and presented, but still I am waiting to data sets to be opened. So If we do that, this becomes this. Paints becomes predictably understandable and actionable economic activity for farmers. As Ninja Cards and Big Baskets and many people are working on data-enabled procurement, distribution, processing, storages. So the markets and marketplaces will take a definite shape with 5-10% risk of upside or downside. That's okay. So with Agriculture 4.0, we are going to see farm as a natural factory. Because I was cut down in my time, and I'm going to cut short my talk and present a case scenario which I am working on called sugarcane, my favorite crop. I have a bunch of farmers in Krishna River. How many of you heard the river Krishna? Raise your hand. Okay, many of you have heard. Yeah, I come from that bank of that river, that drains from Sayadris, and, I grow. Actually, I'm a Karodpati farmer at my village. Yeah, and, I have another unit. I'm excited, guys. When I was like final year BSc AZ, I did a Ravai program. Then it used to be Rural Agricultural Work Experience program. I was thrown into far away, remote, dry place, and I ended up with working for grape. When I went to US, I saw people are making wine out of grape here. When I understood and started giving Professor Lakshman and a lot of professor wine as a gift. And I came back here and established a winery. Today I am a highest selling wine industry in Karnataka. And there's some sweet news. 2 months back, we won London wine competition. Out of 1,000 entries, ours was a bronze medal. If we could do most complex crop like grape, I thought it is easy to bring precision agriculture and agriculture 4.0 to sugarcane. Sugarcane is my favorite. We grow 2 crops, sugarcane and grape, So I've been thinking, whenever I go to my village, sit across where I grew up, I know agriculture by heart because I grew up in farm, worked in the farm, then went on to, pursue my higher studies. So what are the factors of production in the factory are operating right there in the farm? And more so if it becomes farming 4.0. And as I mentioned, our entrepreneur called farmer suffer from inefficiencies, uncertainties, and no external real help. Subsidy is not help, actually it's a spoiler, right? When you establish, it's good actually, but it is bad for building a system. So anyway, farm as a factory brings the definitive scope for all of us in this great university to work with factors of production under Agriculture 4.0. So I request all of you, immediately after my talk, go to Google Play Store, download Agri app. Yeah, and enjoy. That's one of the most rated Agri apps available in the Google Play Store. So you can do that later. At the end I will show the logo also. You will get to download the right one. And as I said, smart cane. Already sugar mills are running on a traditional mechanical or process intensive industries. We are suggestive of automating them, but as I am involved in agriculture, precision agriculture and agriculture, agri-tech and agriculture 4.0, I have come up with, based on 12 years of working with sugarcane and sugarcane farmers and sugar mills, 4.0 for sugarcane, which we call smart cane, our brand. I have a farmer actually. You want me to tell 30-second story of the farmer? 2008 when I started working with the sugarcane because our area, 3 districts, economic activity of sugarcane is $1 billion. There are close to 45 sugar mills out there in 3 districts in Krishna belt. Today they are left and right increasing. So many farmers comes and tells me, hey, what is the potential of sugarcane, in terms. I put together a manual called Sweet Revolution Through Sugarcane Productivity. if I remember, it was 2011. Many of the farmers picked up and started getting 80, 90, 95. One of the farmer came and said, I have aspirations of crossing 100. You won't believe, in last few years, he has crossed 161 metric ton. And currently there is a standing crop. We are estimating 180 metric ton per acre. The mathematics is given here. You can take a click of it and look at how you can produce more than 100 tons. When we talk mathematically, the truth prevails or the science succeeds. I don't want to read through, but in 43,560 square feet, you can have that many number of tillers, because in next slide you will see 2.5 kg sugarcane production is our mission statement. So these are the key 5 points of intervention we do digitally, meaning our crop advisors, croppers and associates go and do physically, and we pick it up digitally and IoT enabled systems. So we look at the digital crop management. Our back-end agronomist knows everything about the crop than the front-end man. So that's a power of analytics, power of data, power of digitizing it. So this is our mission statement. Professor, you can remind me when I am done. Yeah, I'm already done. Oh, see, guys, I'm overrunning, his time. So this is one of the thing, we are, because I have bad hand at this one. So we are building a sugarcane centric solutions. I have established 10 farms and 3 are at various stages in Doddaballapur near north of Bangalore. You can come in case if anybody wants to work agriculture 4.0 for sugarcane. I would give an opportunity to associate with and experiment and pick one parameter, productivity parameter or digital parameter, whatever the parameter, and I would look forward to work with you guys to make sure that you understand the dynamics and evolve this initiative to more advanced stages. Okay, so we would like to usher through Smart Cane startup initiative a sweet revolution. What is the economics in case if we implement nationally? National sugarcane average productivity is 26 metric tons. If we do, it is going to be 400% increase. That's a lot. And we can save a lot by going to ethanol, which this government is doing. And ethanol means more money to farmers, less money to Saudis, or balance of payment issues. Many things could be addressed if we do agrarian, number one. Number two, ecologically meaningful. I would like to thank and look forward to some brilliant questions and some brilliant professors and students to associate and bring Agriculture 4.0 association to this great campus. When I wanted to tell a couple of things. I had friends in Haryana. They became IAS, IPS, IFS actually, and few came to US, and a couple of guys are great economists there. One works for RBI, one works for big companies. There is a great amount of talent here. If you orient your energies and intellectual capabilities, I think, I can bring in industry perspectives. We can visualize making a center of excellence, which I'm building in Bangalore, a part of this also right here. With this, I look forward to any questions, comments, and opportunities to collaboration. Over to you, Professor Lakshmanan.
Thank you very much. Of course, it's a very crisp and as well as with a lot of thought-provoking information. Thank you very much. And before I leave the crowd to ask questions, but it's not a question. My thought is probably when we talk about agriculture 4.0, particularly in countries like India, where fragmented land holdings are there. So that is a question, because agriculture 4.0 is nothing but it's a digital agriculture to some extent. And how could it be realistic when countries like India still we are struggling with agriculture with fragmented land holdings and lack of finance to the farmers? And certainly it has to happen and it will happen. But what are the challenges as far as Indian conditions are concerned? That's what.
This is a brilliant question. Entire government is scratching head. When I go to Krishi Bhavan, they say this one. The opportunity doesn't look good, but we have to understand the landscape and bring the solutions from objective-oriented business modeling. Who owns the land? Farmers, right? Farmers are as I defined, they are entrepreneurs. What they want money. It's as simple as that. If you give them the model where they get more money, they will come to your model, right? So quickly answering to your question, we need to build a business model, where they are more happy and profitable in the model, come and join the revolution and become part of the factory. When the Great Britain invented the train, nobody went for months together around it, right? So today the digital technologies are easy to understand and adapt for the objectives for which people buy it, right? So very challenging, but if structuring the business model and making it ease and inclusive in terms of economic viability would bring all the stakeholders, more so the farmers, into the game. Number 2 is embedded financing. If you give loan to fertilizers, it doesn't work. You give, funds to economic activity to generate output which is more profitable or ROI oriented. Any other questions would be welcome. Otherwise, I'll be available off the dais.
Time, I think probably you can discuss with Sir during this lunch break. And thank you very much. And now I leave it to Dr. Prabhu to take over.
Good noon. Today, it's an absolutely competitive world. Perfection vying to reach the pinnacle of success. A protective moat will be the panacea for the solution. Information economy rules the roost. To confront the challenges by and large, the idea would revolutionize your life, as rightly quoted by Marie Curie. Young minds splurge with innovation. Necessity is the mother of invention. Scarcity is the mother of its cousin, the innovation. To prove the mettle, under the crop nutrition ambit, we are poised to introduce Mr. Jagdish M. to present the hobby-bearing idea on Prozol, a soil probiotic, to enhance the crop yield and to combat the climate change. Now the stage is for Mr. M. Jagdish. He belongs to the Department of Soil Science and Agriculture Chemistry, Coimbatore.
Serving as an entry point to the Manchester of South India and the exit point of the Tipu's Fort, I welcome you all to the heart of the Western Ghats, the Nilgiris. I am Jagdish here, going to present my product innovation Prozol, a probiotic soil biostimulant. If you look into these graphics, you can notice that the carbon stock in case of cropland and tea plantation is far less when compared to that of evergreen and deciduous forest. Why the carbon stock is less? Yes, same like you, this was the biggest question confronting in front of us. In this juncture, two major announcements. One was from the district administrations of Nilgiris, which has announced over past 100 years, 25.2% of the total forest area has been converted into other such use. And other was from the Mauna Loa laboratory, which has recorded the highest carbon dioxide concentration of 415.26 ppm. So with the help of these two announcements, we have made a model to address this question. So this model indicates with the change in the land use, the soil, plants and microbes undergo changes, and because of this, the carbon pools, which is considered to be the food for the microorganisms, undergo degradation, and upon oxidation, they are converted into carbon dioxide and enters the atmosphere, causing climate change. So if carbon is less in the soil, where does these microbes get the food? So we understood that these microbes are facing some tougher situation, and we decided to meet our microbes. So I was very happy in meeting my friend Proteobacteria, who is unique in all the major ecosystem of Nilgiris, but he was very unhappy. He stopped me and gave me a befitting reply that, hey Jagdish, you see, I have the only solution to all the problem of the world, but you have not taken care of me. Though I have such a potential, you not take care of me, and as a result, I am going to die in 2 days. So this made me to feel guilt. All of us at the end of the day should understand that everything in this world is microbes, but we forgot to take care of them. As we fail to save his family, save my friend, we take this as an opportunity to save at least his family. Hence, in front of us, there was 2 major tasks. One, to save my family's friend, and other was to address the major problem of the world. So today, if you see, the climate change and food security are considered to be the major problem in the world. And hence, we developed a false hypothesis that the metagenomes of Nilgiris combat climate change. So the next major issue is food security. So hence, our second hypothesis was whether the metagenomes of Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve possess any economic significance on this food security. So as far as the food security is considered, 2 things that has to be taken considered. One is fertilizer and pesticides. So this has been given a special emphasis in this research. So before going to this, if you look, we have to know how far this microbes has been affected. Hence, in order to understand this, if we need to have a reference ecosystem. And Nilgiri is one which is gifted with the deciduous forest and evergreen forest, which has neither been untouched or nor been subjected to any anthropogenic pressures. So hence we decided the Nilgiri should be a better candidate in addressing this issue. So the soil samplings were escorted in all the major ecosystems of Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, and all major physical, chemical and biological estimations as done according to the standard protocols to deliver the results. So the results of the metagenomic spotlights, there was a significant change in the microbial diversity. So that is clear that the climate change has a major impact on the microbial diversity and thus the ecosystems. So the results tells the proteobacteria, oxyproteobacteria and firmicutes were among the major microbes in all the ecosystems of Nilgiris. So it was 300 years before when Britishers came to India, much of the shola forest has been converted into plantations, and today if you see, the results of the dendrogram have shown that these 2 ecosystems have shared a common microbiome. It was 1900 when liberalization, privatization and globalization was going on. Nilgiri and India is of no exception. So much of this deciduous forest and scrub jungle has been converted into the tea plantation and horticulture, and as a result, these 2 common ecosystems share a common microbiome. So this is the tree diagram which shows the most prevalent bacterial species of the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve. So remember, we have 2 tasks. One, we have to save my friends of my family, and in order to save that, we should know how far they have been affected, and hence we have chosen some reference ecosystem, so that is done. The second one is the last sentence which my friend was telling in his deathbed, that the key to address every global crisis lies within these microbes. So how to understand this? Hence we have done a KEGG analysis. So this shows that the place where the land use has been converted, such as eucalyptus and tea plantations and the cropland, the efficiency of microbes has been diminished. So this is clear from the results of the carbon fixation. So surprisingly, if you look into this table, we have found the key. So my friend proteobacteria was telling us, he is the only solution to all the problems of the world. If you could look into this table, we have cellulose degrader and chitin degradations. So this is very important for impacting the disease resistance. So apart from this, you can have some of the important metabolisms which can mineralize the nutrients into the most available form to the plant. So thank you, my dear friend. You have enlightened us, and it is our responsibility to take care of further. So deeply, if you look into it, we have a set of ecosystem which is performing very well with the metagenomics and all the efficiency. But at the same time, there are ecosystems which are not performing well and they have lost this efficiency. So the next question is how to improve them. So we were discussing, while discussion was going on, a Swiggy app was popping up. Yes, it was a Swiggy app. When we are all efficient, we used to prepare the food on our own. But if we are not efficient, we used to book in the restaurant and eat it. The same thing holds good for microbes. So such sets of microorganisms were able to prepare the food on their own, and those sets of microorganisms couldn't able to prepare the food on their own. So hence, there arose an idea. So what is the next? We already noticed that the untouched ecosystems of Nilgiri Biosphere Reserves is possessing some good characters in case of crop nutrition, crop care, and climate change in a single way. So we decided these isolated strains from the native land uses, and they have been successfully introduced into the altered land uses. So gaining their potentials, these ecosystems were all happy. So it was almost 300 years, these ecosystems ordered for this recipe, and only by 2021, we could be able to deliver them. So though it was late, the food was tasty, and this ecosystem gave us 5-star. So why the 5-star, if you ask? Before inoculation, the amount of carbon dioxide emitted, if you see, it was 126 tons per hectare. But upon inoculation, you could be able to see there was 124 tons per hectare. So there was a clear decrease in the amount of carbon dioxide emissions. So 2-star for this. As we know that these having a potential of imparting disease resistance and nutrient mobilization, we could be able to see there is a clear increase in the yield in the case of radish crop. So 3-star for this. So totally a 5-star by a farmer. My conclusion is, the demand and the price of agricultural inputs are skyrocketing. Climate change is at brink. At the same time, government is reducing the subsidies. So in this juncture, Prosol, which is made in TNEU, can cater all your needs. So if you look into this, crop nutrition, so they solubilize all the unavailable form of phosphorus, potassium, zinc, and iron to the most available form. So they are very effective against Sclerotia, Phytophthora, Fusarium, and Macrophomina. With reducing the atmospheric carbon dioxide, they take care of your climate change. So with the help of these three, they increase the yield. So ladies and gentlemen, it is up to you why we need Prosol. So we have everything in one. It is low cost and it is eco-friendly. So for the first time ever in the history, we are delivering such a product which could be able to cater all the needs in a single go. The climate change has altered the microbes, and microbes in turn has altered the climate. So this has led to the reduction in the efficiency of microbes and ultimately the crop yield. So in order to stop this negative feedback loop, we need a Prosol. India being a signatory to the Sustainable Development Goal, with the presence of this Prosol, goal number 3 and 13 can be achieved. In the union budget is also farmers is emphasizing on the good agriculture practices. So with this, the farmers can able to sequester more amount of carbon, and hence doubling the farmers' income can also be achieved through this. So at the end of the day, our everything is for 3F, that is food, farmer, and future. In order to achieve this 3F, we need 3E, that is economy, environment, and empire. In order to have this 3E, we need 3C, that is crop care, crop nutrition, and climate change. So these 3C can be taken care only of this Prosol. So this is my story. In order to, if you have not ordered your Prosols, you can immediately get in the Expo. All-day offer is going on. But if it get over, I request the interested firms and companies to come in coordination for the commercialization of this product. So by this, I thank Ministry of Science and Technology for funding this project, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, and directors, and all of Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, and the Global Conference for giving me this opportunity in presenting in front of you. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jagdish. Now we are invited for a question answer session, if anyone. Okay, later. Now, the next on the B line to present is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Is sophisticated multi-impact issues also. Increased weed resistance is the topmost priority. It's a new strategy with newness, with new particle-based delivery system. Weed management is a bothersome issue. Cleaning these are the laborious issue. Going organic is a way of life. Remarkable potential to destroy weeds is through nano herbicides. To prove this and to enlighten you on the new strategy, we are happy to invite Ms. Swatika N., Department of Nanoscience and Technology, Coimbatore, to talk on bio-nano herbicide to manage weeds in organic production system. Now the stage is for Swatika.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, N. Swatika, pursuing my second PhD in the Department of Nanoscience and Technology under the chairmanship of Dr. K.S. Subramanian. My innovation is on bio-nano herbicide to manage weeds in organic production system. As we all know that the weeds are a menace in the agriculture production system, causing a yield loss to a tune of 30 to 70% depending upon the stage as well as the intensity of infestation. The weeds, it competes with the crops for space, nutrition, sunlight, as well as for the water resources. And the conventional weed management techniques, it includes hand weeding, mechanical weeding, as well as the herbicide spraying. Among these techniques, the most commonly adopted technique for weed management is the application of synthetic herbicides. And also, according to the statistical data, according to the fiscal year 2021, around over 39,000 metric tons of herbicides are being imported to the country India when compared to that of the previous years. And also the global herbicidal consumption has increased from 0.89 million metric tons in 1990 to 2.22 million metric tons in 2019. The excessive usage of these herbicides leads to severe ecological destruction such as the environmental pollution. It also alters the soil microbial biota. It has severe health effects on the human beings. Also, the serious threat is the herbicide resistance in wheat species. According to a study in Australia, there is a report that the workers who are exposed to herbicides are more likely to develop diseases which are related to breathing, as well as according to the International Herbicide Resistant Wheat Database, currently there are 267 wheat species that have developed resistance to the existing synthetic herbicides. This demands an alternate strategy to manage weeds. In this context, the natural metabolites which are produced from the plant species offers a greater scope for exploiting the herbicidal action using the allelopathic principles. Allelopathy is a biological phenomena where the growth and development of one species is inhibited by the production of secondary metabolites called as allelochemicals by the other species. And these allelochemicals, it will be entered into the environment through different processes such as volatilization, leaching, as well as the decomposition of the plant materials. Coming to the mechanism of these allelochemicals, it has the ability to alter the cell's ultra and the microstructure. It can disrupt the ATP synthesis in mitochondria. It also acts as a photosystem 2 inhibitor. These allelochemicals, it affects the inhibition of cell elongation as well as the cell division is being inhibited. It increases the cell membrane permeability, and also these allelochemicals have a role in the disruption of amino acid metabolism, which is essential for the protein synthesis. And these allelochemicals, it can create excessive ROS generation, which leads to oxidative stress in the wheat species. Coming to the nature of these allelochemicals, most of the allelochemicals are water soluble. They are oxygen and nitrogen rich molecules with fewer heavy atoms. And also they will be having sp3 hybridization, making them shorter half-life in the soil. And these allelochemicals, it will be having more stereocenters, making them highly reactive and also unstable in the soil. With this background on allelochemicals, my research proposal is to scouting and bioprospecting of allelochemicals from different tree species, and I will be identifying the metabolites which are responsible for the allelopathic activity. Here comes the role of nanotechnology. Nanotechnology offers a promising scope for protecting the allelochemicals from degradation, and it also helps in the sustained as well as the targeted release of allelochemicals to improve the weed control efficiency. The ongoing research is on, I have extracted the allelochemicals from eucalyptus tree species using the green chemistry principles by employing water as a solvent to mimic the natural phenomena. Here, I have tested the allelopathic potential of eucalyptus leaf extract against the target weed, Echinoclova crasgalli. In the first two Petri plates, we can clearly visualize that in the control, the germination rate was high, as well as the seedling length and the seedling vigor was high. But in case of eucalyptus extract treated at the maximum concentration, the germination was completely inhibited, and the subsequent concentration, I can find out that the seedling length and the germination rate was inhibited. Coming to the SEM micrograph of the control and the eucalyptus extract treated Echinoclova crasgalli weeds, we can see that in control the roots are healthy and it will be having the ordered arrangement of root cells. But in case of eucalyptus extract treated, the roots does not possess any root hairs, and also the cellular arrangement is highly distorted and shrinked. I am currently working on the development of nano formulation, that is a nano emulsion system is being developed using an aqueous phase, organic phase, and we'll be having a surfactant and a co-surfactant. Initially, I have developed a coarse emulsion, then I have subjected that coarse emulsion to a high pressure homogenization technique, or we can go for ultrasonication technique to develop a nano emulsion. The current status of my nano bioherbicide is I am working on the development of bioherbicide with different tree species, and with altering different polymers as well as altering the ratios of surfactant and co-surfactant to develop a stable bio-nano herbicide. The way forward, now I am in the optimization of the nano formulation. I will be carrying out the in silico analysis to identify the mode of action of these allelochemicals against the weed species. Then I will be carrying out the bioassay studies against different wide range of weed species. As of now, I have concentrated on the grasses, that is the Echinoclova crasgalli. In the future, I will be carrying out my experiments against broadleaves as well as on the sedges. Then I will be carrying out the biosafety test of the developed nano formulation against beneficial microorganisms, pollinators like honeybee and also the farmer's friend earthworm. Then the validation in the field level settings will be carried out, and the final step is the technology release. The impact of my innovation, my bio-nano herbicide, it is a radical innovation. It acts as an alternative to the synthetic herbicides. It is eco-friendly in nature and it is also farmer-friendly. It is highly demanding in the current situation where the herbicide resistance in weed is a serious problem. The scope for the industries is the industries can take up this technology and they can go for upscaling process. And the bio-nano herbicide, it is a $1 billion business which helps to improve the crop protection by incorporating the principles of allelopathy as well as nanotechnology. Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, Swatika. The next and the last present of today's is Mr. Krishnaraj. It is a micronutrient ion. It's natural, increases solubility. It always triggers for normal growth and yield, propels the water-soluble form for plants' thirst. It will propagate the signs of healthy soil. Hybrid of metal ion with a chemical compound is what is called chelated complexes. Suitable for drip and foliar application, is an efficient nutrient too. Touching on this chelated complexes, which is having a wide array of opportunities and wide sales in the market, Mr. M. Krishnaraj, Department of Soil Science and Agriculture Chemistry, Madurai, will be talking on the ferrous bisglycinate and zinc methoate chelate complexes, a yield booster, for your enlightenment.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, Krishnaraj. I am pursuing doctoral program in Agricultural College and Research Institute, Madurai. Now I am going to present my innovative product, ferrous bisglycinate and zinc methionate chelated complex, a yield booster. This is the present status in India. The total cultivated area in India is about 141 million hectares. In that, 48.1% of the Indian soils are deficient in zinc and 11.2% of soils are deficient in iron. So that the product, so that I have prepared two micronutrients. The micronutrient consumption in India was about 19,000 tons of ferrous sulfate and 1,42,000 tons of zinc sulfate was consumed every year. It was very large and bulky consumption in India, so that in associated to the routine use and bulky amount of inorganic and synthetic use of fertilizers are very carcinogenic to the soil and for also human health. In this viewpoint, we synthesized the amino-chelated fertilizer to reduce the environmental impacts and also to reduce the transportation cost. Why amino-chelated fertilizers are needed means, it is very cost effective when compared to the conventional fertilizer, iron and zinc sulfate. The amino-chelated fertilizers are synthesized in very less amount. It is environment friendly because it is produced in organic nature, efficient and easy to handle and indigenously manufactured. This is the synthetic scheme of ferrous bisglycinate and zinc methionate I have produced in my laboratory. First, ferrous bisglycinate, we use ferrous sulfate and glycine as a raw material. It was this was the nutrient content compared with amino acid and conventional fertilizers. When compared to the conventional fertilizers, the synthesized fertilizers have more amount of carbon content, nitrogen content and iron and zinc percentage. These are the advantages of the amino chelates. Much lower quantities are needed than inorganic compounds. It will be easily absorbed by the plants because it is made up of organic nature. It is highly compatible, so we can mix with any of the pesticides or any of the liquid fertilizers we will mix. It is not readily reach or fix or precipitated because it is chelated one. So it will be won't fix in the soil or it will not own any reaction in the soil. So we will apply in both foliar or soil application. It is readily available. This is very cost effective because we bought methionine for per kg 120 rupees and glycine 150 rupees, whereas the synthetic chelate we bought for 100 gram we bought 180 rupees. This is AR grade. When we go for a large production or a commercialization of the product, we will buy commercial grade for much more less amount of methionine and glycine we will bought and produced in large quantities. The production cost will be more or less. This was we conducted an experiment in pot culture. These are the results I obtained from that. What are the farmers get benefited means higher crop yield. I have put these fertilizers in maize crop. It increased the yield of average of about 8%, and I have worked out the micronutrient use efficiency. From that, the iron and zinc chelate improved the use efficiency of 20.9 and 24.3% over the conventional iron sulfate and zinc sulfate fertilizers. It is very easily transportation because for maize we are going for 25 to 50 kg of iron sulfate and zinc sulfate are used, but whereas for chelate nutrients we only applied 7.5 kg only we applied. Then application mode through foliar is very easy than conventional fertilizers. Thank you.
Now it's open for question and answer. So we'll have a volley of questions on the presenters. For all the three combinedly, you can have a barrage of questions and volley of doubts, so they'll be able to answer you.
நீங்க மேஸ்ல மட்டும் தான் டெஸ்ட் பண்ணிருக்கீங்களா?
எஸ் மேம், மேஸ்ல மட்டும் தான் டெஸ்ட் பண்ணேன்.
சரி, அதுக்கு அப்புறம் என்ன உங்களுக்கு மெயின் சேலஞ்ச் கிடைச்சது? நீங்க இந்த PhD ரிசர்ச் பண்றீங்க. நீங்க PhD பண்றீங்க? PhD மதுரையில இருந்து வரீங்க இல்லையா? என்ன உங்களுக்கு கோர், உங்களுக்கு என்ன, வாட் டிட் யூ ஃபைண்ட்? என்ன இந்த ப்ராஜெக்ட் பண்றப்ப ஃபார்மர் கிட்ட போறப்ப என்னென்ன டிஃபரன்ஸ்? நீங்க சிந்தட்டிக்கும் உங்களுதும் இது பண்ணிருக்கீங்களா? பிரைஸ் எல்லாம் இருக்கு, கன்வீனியன்ஸ், ஈஸ் ஆஃப் யூஸ், அதெல்லாம் என்ன எப்படி பாத்தீங்க? இப்போ அவங்க அப்படியே சும்மா தெளிக்க முடியுமா? நீங்கள் ஒரு வீடியோ போட்டிருந்தீங்கன்னா இன்னும் நல்லா இருந்திருக்கும் உங்கள் இது போட்டுட்டு. சரி, அது ஒரு ஃபீட்பேக்கு. பட் வேறு என்னெல்லாம் நீங்கள், வாட் ஆர் த அதர் திங்ஸ் தட் யூ குட் டூ ஈவன் பெட்டர்?
மேம், இது இன்னும் மற்ற கிராப்லலாம் போட்டு பார்க்கல. ப்ளஸ் இது வந்துட்டு ஃபீல்டு லெவலில் இன்னும் இதாகலைங்க மேம். ஒன்லி பாட் கல்ச்சர் எக்ஸ்பெரிமெண்ட் ஒன்லி வி ஃபினிஷ். ஃப்ரம் தட் வி அப்டைன் தீஸ் ரிசல்ட்ஸ் மேம். ஃப்ரம் ஃபீல்ட் இட் மே வேரி மேம்.
வாட்ஸ் த நெக்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டெப்? வாட் டு யூ வாண்ட் டு டூ நெக்ஸ்ட்?
ஐ ஹாவ் டு புட் இன் multi-location trial and some field trials I have to put.
உங்களோட சீக்ரெட்லாம் சொல்லக்கூடாது வெளியில். சார் உங்கள் ஸ்லைட் எடுக்க சொல்லிட்டாரு. உங்கள் சீக்ரெட்லாம் சொல்லக்கூடாது, ரைட்டா?
In that slide also I am put only minimum amount.
I know that, but that also cannot give, right? Your dean has told. Okay, yeah, good luck. Thank you. Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. Just one question to Swatika. Swatika, you presented very well. You really spoke like an industry person, you know. Very nice. Keep it up. Just one thing is that, what is the help that you need from the industry?
We can go for the upscaling process. Initially, like if I'm taking the extract of the eucalyptus, means like I can go only up to the concentration of 20%. But in the industrial level, I can go for the maximum concentration to achieve a better results, the minimum use efficiency, and also with the nanotechnology, the input efficiency will be much more lesser, ma'am, when compared to that of the conventional extraction. So.
Well done. Okay. And just one question to you. Sorry, I'm taking too many questions. See, I just asking very basic question. I'm not a farmer. I'm not an agriculturalist. But tell me, if the organic content of the soil itself is improved, then everything falls in place, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Then there's no pesticide required at all, right?
Yes, ma'am.
This is the fundamental thing.
Yes,
so if that is the case, why can't we focus on that thing and focus on the improving the organic content of all the soil? Because right now, the organic content has all come in 0.3, 0.34 like that, right?
Yes,
so if that is fixed, then will your solution become outdated?
Yes, ma'am. It is a really good question, ma'am. If you see in a normal soil, the carbon can be easily degraded and it can be escaped into atmosphere. So in the case of this prosol, what it does is, the microbes will be secreting some exopolysaccharide substance. So these exopolysaccharide substance will get bind to the carbon. So when the soil particles, exopolysaccharide substance along with the carbon gets bind, so it don't get escaped in the atmosphere. So once if don't get enters the atmosphere, obviously your carbon stock is going to be enhanced in your soil. So by this way, we are going to enhance the organic carbon also in the soil. Yes.
So your solution will still be valuable, is it? Okay. I'm not technical, so I didn't understand. Sorry, but thank you.
How do you fix the price 15 rupees per liter?
Sir,
is there any methodology for costing?
So the raw materials what we procured went up to 12 rupees. So with a base of 3, we made it 15.
So I think it's too low. You have a brilliant technology.
Yes,
then why do you
sir,
price low?
We want this to make this a worldwide product.
And there are so many mechanisms to make it reachable. Yes.
University
And also by the industry, we'll fix the price. Yes, there is. Yes, exactly. That's what I want to say. Don't underestimate. A brilliant job you are doing, but simply quoting 15 rupees, so nobody will bother about that. Huh? So feel proud. Okay.
Yes. Okay. 150. 1,000. Okay.
Hello. Regarding the shelf life of your product, there is any data for?
11 months.
11 months.
We can store up to 11 months.
Okay. What is the count of bacterial count or any microbial consortium in this product?
2 into 10 power 6 colony forming units.
Okay. Yeah, is that sufficient for making your carbon sequestration in this soil, whatever you are applied?
Yes.
There is any specification generally regarding fertilizer control order, they are having some specification for biofertilizers around we need to be 10 to the power 8 or 10 to the power 7 CFU in biofertilizer products. So like this in your biostimulant product, there is any specification, there is any category?
So with this 35% active ingredient, we can able to make all the things go within 1 liter of this process. So whatever I was telling, the crop nutrition, crop care and climate change can be done within the 35% in a 1 acre land
Okay.
area.
Dosage for 1 acre, how much?
Sir, 1 liter is enough.
1 liter.
We can be doing spraying or drenching as a normal practice, we can do it everything.
Okay, okay.
So
Okay.
this has been taken from the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve. So none of them has entered to this forest. I am doing the research for the first time. And if you would be able to see, Amritanjan is a product which has been developed nearby area to this place. So I am entered into this protected areas with the help of field directors and everything. And from these soil samples, we have estimated the efficiency and we have developed this product.
Okay, microbial consortium in your product, there is how many microbes are?
Sir, we have totally isolated some 100 bacteria. And out of this, the 6 which could able to cater all the 3 in a single go has been isolated, and this 6 has been made into a single consortium.
What is the compatibility between those 6 organisms?
Sir, once they were showing a symbiotic effect, we have gone for this consortium.
Okay, there is any while storaging in room temperature or any other conditions, there is any bulging or the reactions between the microbes maybe produce some gases. Then while during the storage in marketing place, the damage will be there. If there is any problem you have faced while developing this?
Sir, since Bacillus is known to be having a very resistant to any temperature changes, so at a normal 25 room temperature, it will fit good.
Okay, all 6 microbes are Bacillus species.
Sir, we can't able to reveal that.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Sir, one more, sir. On what basis you categorized this product in biostimulant category?
So since it could able to all do all the 3 crop care, crop nutrition and climate change, everything in a single. So it's going to stimulate the microorganisms as to sequester more carbon.
Actually, for commercialization, if you see, microbial based biostimulants are not there. So how you are in which category you will be putting? Because biofertilizers, pesticides are there, but in biostimulants there are no microbial based.
No, this is coming under crop nutrition category.
Crop
the
nutrition.
Number 10 is, at this point of time, we have not gone into the regulatory protocols.
Regulatory, okay.
This is now in the stage of what I'm saying is technology is getting validated, and
Okay,
he has not done the complete validation.
Okay.
That's what industries you have to come and pitch in.
Yeah, because
and
for
once
industry.
you see that, once you could smell blood, you go for that one.
Because
so
for
many
industry,
technologies
the first one thing will be
exactly.
to into
So
regulatory.
anything related with regulatory, I think we cannot actually discuss because now it's totally different. For example, when you talk about weedicide, when you talk about insecticide, we have to get CAB registration.
Yes, sir.
Central Insecticide Board. For example, you know that Bacillus megatherium, if you promote as a phosphate solubilizing organism, there is no need for CAB. Same thing if you promote it as Bacillus thuringiensis variety Kostaki, it is coming under CAB. So that regulatory protocol, we have a separate mechanism in our university. So now this particular platform we have given to these students just to showcase where they are. And as far as again the next question what you are asking is the TRL, technology readiness level. For example, if you ask these technologies, more or less it's done. The final validation has to be carried out, and probably I think you can take over the technology, do further more validation, get yourself convinced, then of course you can discuss the commercials with us. Then as far as again his technology is concerned, done up to pot culture levels. Then of course you can do the research in more areas, you can develop more data. Then once you are, so now you can join with him, you can just adapt this particular technology, work with TNAU to build more data for regulatory protocols, for other things, even try to get more claim about the product, you can work with him. The same thing for in the case of Swatika also. She had done a methodology for nano formulation, because you know that when you extract any bioactives or herbal molecules from the plant, the stability is a big problem. Now she has stabilized the particular product. So now as far as these two innovations are concerned, they are TRL2, technology readiness level 2, means needs validation. For him, more or less it's validated, but I think further you can go for validation. I can call this as a TRL3 technology, and they are TRL2 technologies. But one reservation is regulatory protocol has to be followed by the company, because any CIB or anybody will give license to only that particular product. And we can give data. For example, in the case of Trichoderma viridi, university will give the culture and the data sets. So likewise, we will provide the technology and the necessary data so that you can just produce those data to the regulatory bodies, whether it can be FCO or whether it can, because nowadays biostimulant is coming under FCO. So likewise, you can just produce the data developed by the university and take it forward. That's the whole idea. Yeah,
Thank
please.
you, sir.
For him.
My question for him.
Yeah.
Any patents applied on this?
In the process.
So it's been applied. Provisional. Okay, thanks.
And more that, again the commercial part, I feel extremely happy that we are providing a platform to these young innovators. That's what I feel. I'm not just, it's not just business or commercialization. You people are injecting confidence to them. Now, once you build confidence to young generation like this, that's what actually I want to achieve. Even though I'm a bit disappointed that many of the students are not here, but I'm not bothering, because who are really interested, they are here. And now, the platform given to them is I didn't have the platform when I was doing my schooling. So now the platform is given to them. So that is the thing which I want to give it to other students also. This is a platform. Now see his confidence, see her confidence and his confidence, and they get able to face the industries. It's not easy. Even I can't face the industries people. The questions, the amount of what I'm saying is validation, they need everything. But that's what I think I would like to tell you industry people is, it's not just for any commercial, of course, that's going to happen, but you people have given a great degree of confidence to them, and they can come out with better results, better innovation. That is one another objectives of this particular conference. Okay, any other queries? So, okay, in that case, thank you very much all these young 3 innovators, and thank you very much. And likewise, I think probably in each session will be having 2 to 3 what I'm saying is innovators. And at this point of time, I would like to thank Dr. Prabhu, and he actually even trained the students, the presentation, body language, etc., etc. I think he was working with the students for a couple of days. The whole idea is you have to create. It's not a technology. It's a communication. It's a product. So I think thanks to him, within just 2 days, he could able to do this one. And thank you very much. My special thanks to you, sir. So if no more queries, then we can disperse for lunch. Then we can reassemble by 3 o'clock in the same hall, where our Honorable Vice Chancellor will be coming for this panel discussion. And all the panelists are also sitting here. And we can restart by 3 p.m. 1 minute, yeah. Okay, 2:45, please. Make it 2:45. And even all the students, undergraduate students are also joining. And we will make that particular panel discussion more effective. I request the students are also participate in that panel discussion. It's going to be a very interesting topic. So we will reassemble by 2:45 p.m. Thank you very much.
So, dear students, you can have your lunch in the first floor of the canteen.
யா அப்படி வெல்கம் பண்ணி கொடுத்துருங்க. யா கோபி இஸ் கமிங். கோபி. So very good afternoon everyone, respected Vice Chancellor and my friends. So we have assembled here on the panel discussion which is going to be chaired by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, and this is a very important topic and very interesting topic too. Particularly for students, I think you should understand the intricacies behind this topic, and probably this panel discussion will throw a lot of information to this August gathering. And I have with me Mr. Niraj Mohanty. He is Managing Director, Core Carbon Next Solutions Private Limited. I welcome him for this panel discussion. And we have Dr. Nirmalesh Ambat Kumar, Director, V Technology, USA. And we have Mr. Gobi Ramaswamy, Regional Director, CABI South Asia. And Dr. Nambi Appadurai, Director, World Resource Institute, India. Now you can really understand the importance, and of course, and as it is chaired by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam to chair this session and take it forward. Before I handing over the stage to her, this is a very, very important topic. The whole idea is how we can create a link between our research which is happening at domestic level, how we can interlink the research which, by which we can give a visibility at national and as well as global level. And you students, certainly I think you please participate in this panel discussion. It should not be a one-way communication. Participate in the panel discussion, and probably when these stalwarts, when they start discussing about this important topic, probably then you can pitch in wherever it is possible. Now I leave the stage to our Honorable Vice Chancellor to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshman, for arranging this wonderful session. Actually, this kind of session is very, very important. I'm little disappointed because I was thinking that much more students will come and sit here and get benefited, because the persons who are sitting here are not ordinary persons, okay? So getting their insight is very, very important. I'm happy at least you people turned out, but these kind of things, there should be voluntary participation. Tell this message to your friends, okay? So coming back to this this thing, driving innovations to national and global markets. So this is a very, very important kind of a topic. I'll just share one of our experience. You know, like as far as climate change is concerned, the things are happening in the global level, but the action should be taken at a local level. Okay, so that is how the changes are happening at globally, but the action should be at local level. That's how the actions have to be. And we had one of the project. It was a 10 years long project where many of us were involving. Nambi sir was part of it, and that project was acronymed as Clima Rise Project and Clima Adapt Project. Okay, so we had very beautiful kind of a consortium. So the consortium was headed by Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, and then we had partners from IPRC Hawaii and also partners from Bioforsk Norway. At that particular point of time, it was Bioforsk Norway, but later on it got changed to Nibio Norway. And what we did, each one of us had one particular expertise. For example, IPRC Hawaii was having the expertise of doing climate modeling. So that expertise was not present at that particular point of time in TNAU. So it is a kind of a cross learning. We learned climate modeling from the IPRC Hawaii people, Hawaii scientists, and they actually modeled at a 25-kilometer grid level what is the kind of a changes that are expected in the near future, mid-century and end of the future. So that was their role, and with a specific purpose they got involved to it. And we, as far as we people are concerned, we are very strong in developing adaptation and mitigation options at a local level. So we ran the crop simulation model, taking into considerations of the output from the climate model, and then we developed the adaptation strategies, adaptation toolbox. We worked very closely with the farming community. So this is what was our role. And then what happened to, why we involved Nibio Norway or Bioforsk Norway was, they are the people who are very strong in socio-economic component of it. So each one had their role, and we tried to do justice for the project which we have taken. So that project emanated into a Clima Adapt project, where we had large level of participation of two river basins. One is the Kaveri basin, other one is the Krishna river basin. In both the basins, we worked with almost close to 4,500 acres of land area, close to 1,700 farmers in Tamil Nadu alone. So that was the level of the project which we took it. So that means the global partners are involving to solve a local problem, to solve a regional problem or a local problem. This is how we just conceptualized, and we operated that project very successfully. Okay, like that, we have expertise available all over the world. So we need to identify right people, and then we need to address the multifaceted problems into a very simple way, into the location specific way. We have to identify solutions. So for that only, it's a dire need that we need to link it up with the other scientific community people, other industries, and so many other stakeholders. Okay, so this is just an example. So in my panel today, I have four eminent personalities. So the first one who is sitting next to my chair is Mr. Niroj, Dr. Niroj Mohanty. He is actually from Core Carbonex, CCX. It is in simple, we call it as CCX. So they are doing lot of work on the climate mitigation side and climate adaptation side. They are working in a global market, and they are also working in different states in India. We have got a long collaboration. So I'll tell you one project in which we are now partnering, and he is also signing an MOU with Tamil Nadu Agricultural University to take this project in a much higher way. Like one thing is trying to identify the technologies which qualify for carbon trading. Okay, you know what is carbon trading, like, right? So we are trying to identify technologies which can qualify for carbon trading. So I'll quote one example which we are operating at the field level. We are taking up an example of alternate wetting and drying. How that technology can qualify carbon trading? If you use alternate wetting and drying technology, you are trying to save something around close to 30% of water in paddy. Okay, if you save water, it is there are so many things that is happening. One is extraction of water, for which you are using electricity. There you are saving carbon. The second thing is like labor, you are saving so many things. It is there, right? So that way we are trying to use it, and we are trying to link up with the farming community. We are trying to give them incentives for adopting the technology. I think Niroj is going to explain it in much more bigger way. The other technologies, there are much more technologies are there. For example, carbon credits means carbon sequestration also falls into that line. Agroforestry kind of thing. So there are so many things that is happening. I'm sure Niroj will explain all those things on that line. So the second person sitting on the lost, Dr. Nambi. So Dr. Nambi, we have again a long association with Dr. Nambi. He was working as a scientist in MS Swaminathan Research Foundation. At present, he is working in WRI, World Resource Institute. This is again a big organization. He is representing that organization, and he has long experience in working with the universities, in working with the research stations, and he worked with a lot of proof of concepts also. So he will definitely be enlightening you on how to prepare a young researcher to understand global needs and prepare their career. So I think he will throw some light on it definitely, and I'm sure it's going to be a very interesting talk, and he can also highlight the necessity to connect to the researchers, including students with the global community for knowledge exchange, and also to research with the higher impact. So these kind of things I'm expecting from you, Dr. Nambi sir. So I think we are going to have an interesting session from him. The next person who is sitting in the in the first from here, so Dr. Gopi Ramasamy. He is actually from Gabi. I'm actually very proud to say that he is our alumni. So he is our own alumni and biotechnologist. He is a biotechnologist. He did his biotechnology from Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, and representing this one like CABI. You must be knowing CABI. Like they are leading publishers, especially they are doing lot of work on the plant protection aspects. So we have been working very closely to put up a proposal to Green Climate Fund, GCF, Green Climate Fund, and still that fund, that project is alive. We went ahead up to a particular stage, and due to some hurdles it is now hanging, that we are trying to capture on it. And Gopi will enlighten you many things in the global arena. Our universities ready for training the youth towards changing national and global needs. Maybe he will be throwing some light on that, and also how to change the mindset of postgraduate towards job providers than the job seekers. That is what he is going to talk about. So again, I'm expecting a very interesting talk from him. Finally, Nirmalesh, Dr. Nirmalesh, he is having double MSc, double PhD, whatnot. He's a very, he did all his programs from Nobel Orators, and he's a fellow of Marie Curie fellow, and lot of credentials are there for him. And role of companies and industries to promote innovative research ideas among the students is the topic in which he is going to talk on it. And importance of emerging technologies like nanotechnology, artificial intelligence, IoT, big data analysis. These are all some of the food in his plate. He will be just opening up some of the opportunities that will be provided to the students. Sorry? Yeah. So this is how it is going to be. I'm just leaving the stage to them. First, let me call Dr. Niroj Mohanty, because he has to leave for his flight. He'll be just throwing some light before he is leaving. Thank you, and welcome, Niroj, for your talk.
Very good afternoon to all of you. I had a small presentations, but with the current constraint in the time, because I have a flight to catch, so I'm just trying to elaborate about on my topic. Just want to correct, ma'am, I'm not a doctor. I'm just an MBA graduates, and then my core focus is in the business and then climate change. And today morning also number of speakers have spoken about the climate change and sustainability domains. And we are one of the leading organizations in India working on the climate change sustainability. We have been working this, I'm representing Core Carbonic Solutions Private Limited. We are a strategic consulting firm, and majorly in the recent past we have started developing our own portfolio, focusing on communities and as well as on the agriculture sector. So when we talk about the climate change sustainability, when we see the agriculture as, is at the forefront of the climate change. Today we talk, lots of talk is happening. Today since the morning I have almost heard about at least 20-30 times the word of climate change and sustainability, and every speaker is talking on that line. Why? Because our world, our earth is on serious positions where we have a serious threat about the existence of the humankind. So we need to react, and when we need to react, as I already told, the farmers and the agriculture community is at the forefront. That also creates, you are in danger, the farmers are in danger, but that also creates opportunity. Today we have seen the farmer for the last few years, we have seen the green revolutions and everybody talk about the green revolutions. But now the government, including the state government and central government, is looking into different directions. We are possibly going back to our overall, whatever we used to do. When we talk about the climate change adaptations, it is nothing new. Something was there earlier. We have remember, like our paddy field used to grow even in the flood conditions. There were indigenous paddy cultivations was there, which used to grow in water. So now we are going back and then trying to see how we can really look into those kind of indigenous crop and can bring back to the society. So the farmer, when they look into that, and one of the serious consequences coming up in terms of climate change, in terms of the way we have adapted the agriculture sector. And that's created opportunity and innovation for the young researchers like you. So we see one aspect, one opportunity is the very clear opportunity, climate change adaptation. So there is a great amount of opportunities happening. So when you talk about a climate change adaptation, that means, like Madam has already told, new varieties of the crop, the new varieties of the rice, because our sea level will rise. So we'll have a more salinity. So we need to have a paddy field which will bear the salinity. We'll have a more major consequence, we'll have a high amount of rainfall. So whether our crop can withstand. So we need to have this kind of potential. And we extensively work on that line. That creates opportunity for the young masses and mostly agriculture students who have a potential and doing the researchers and the soil, in the agriculture, in the agroforestry, in the horticulture, that create opportunity for them to look into the opportunity in research, in building of the portfolio, and then bring in this component to the marketplace. In addition, like in the morning also, number of speakers also told, they told about the digitizations. So digitization is becoming buzzword, but please understand, digitization without the farmer, without agriculture sector is nothing. Today everybody says data is gold, but data is gold when you bring in the farmer. Today our growth strategy, there we don't have farmer. We have an inflation. The all price of the product is increasing. You see the farm products also is increasing, but how much is going back to the farmer? So without digitization or with the current framework, the farmer will never get the money. So we need to really look into that one. So when you grow and you become a researcher, young or entrepreneur, you must need to look into that one. You should also see how the farmer can benefit. And there we comes in and then play a role. And there is a great amount of opportunities happening on that line. So one side there is a physical, another side is a digital. Digital have a potential, it also have its benefits, and it create assets, but it's not the sole component. So you can have a lots of potential to work on the blockchain, to the AI, IoT, and possibly that will give us a lots of advantage in terms of how we can enhance the productivity of the crop, how we can make it more suitable for the future marketplace and create asset for the farmer. The other side of the component where we are also strong, and one of the largest portfolio we're developing, it's called mitigation side. We call it carbon credits. I hope most of you know about the carbon credits. How many of you heard about the carbon credits? Can you raise your hand, the students? Oh, very few. I'm so sorry. But please understand, when agriculture, you are a student and doing a BSc or Masters, you must need to update yourself beyond your coursework. So what I'm saying, but coursework also need to inculcate this kind of concept. So what is, in the basic concept, I'll not take much time, but in the basic concept, how our whole world is changing. We have a serious issue on climate change. And that is happening because we have polluted it for the last 200 years. The fuel we consume, the power we consume, the food waste we dump, that result in methane emission. The agriculture sector, like methane emission from the rice field, we are contributing largely to the global emissions. In simpler way, we need to reduce it. How will reduce it? Somebody can reduce it at certain places, like suppose a farmer can adapt to better practices, he will reduce methane emission from his rice field, or he can enhance the soil removal by increasing the carbon or soil organic carbon. That is the effort that he is putting up, and he is helping the environment in terms of reducing the emission. Somebody in the corporate, take a case of NTPC, who is polluting and largely emitting lots of gases, CO2 gases into the atmosphere because of their power generation. So now they need to reduce. In India, the policy is not there, but it's very soon it is coming up, where Government of India will say NTPC need to reduce certain amount of emissions. Government of India has already declared India will go how much renewable energy. But this kind of target has not come up, but very soon it will come up. The other countries, many of the developed countries, it has come up, and very soon in India it will introduce. It may happen 15 years down the line. All of you, when you buy the petrol, you need to have also account in terms of your individual carbon emissions. If you cross that amount, suppose today you are paying 100 rupees per petrol, if you increase your limit, you may need to pay something 120 rupees. In India, during the last few years, we had a tax, it's called coal tax. It was indirectly a carbon tax. We had some amount of regulations. We have currently today, it's called renewable energy credits. That's similar to the carbon market. We have something PAT, perform, achieve and trade, for the energy efficiency improvement. So that is similar to the carbon market. But this market is growing and a great amount of emission is happening, and there we see great amount of effort is happening, and great amount of potentials are there for the agriculture sector, researchers, students, because you can be entrepreneur, you can be a researcher, you can possibly bring in the solutions, and there is a great amount of opportunities happening. So as an organization, I'll tell you, we have grown from the last 1.5 years from an organization of 22 people, now 300 plus. And in our portfolio, around 86 people are from the agriculture background. They have done from BSc and MSc. So the kind of demand is happening, it's enormous. And then we see a potential. And there we see, like Madam has already told, small potential. There is a potential is that, like today, one of the speaker in earlier sessions who was doing the PhD, he spoke about how to enhance the soil how to enhance the carbon in the soil. So that is a great potential. So every ton of carbon we enhance, there is a price. So the farmer can enhance 2 tons of carbon from his presentation, but then he can get a money of something 1,000 rupees to 1,500 rupees in a year. That kind of potentials are there. Today, if you can see this kind of bulbs, I'm just giving an example. When you talk about a carbon market, we have a LED bulb here. That is, I think, so normal tube lights are there. If you can replace that tube light, somebody can come in there, replace the tube lights, and can give you the revenue for that one, because you are improving the energy efficiency. Similarly, in the farm sector, any activity you do, that will create an opportunity. Take a case of simple example. When we do and cultivate rice, most of the rice cultivation in India and South Asia happens under the flooding condition. So in the rice field, you will find out water will be there. Under the condition of the water, when the root part and stem part will decay and will emit methane into the atmosphere. So now, what we are adopting, we are going with the TNU, putting up a proposal. We have already put up a proposal to the madam, and then it is under consideration. There may be opportunity with consideration from the madam. We may go for MOU and then can do together. What we are trying to do, if we will adopt that one, a simpler approach will be done, where farmer will learn how to reduce the water level and match to the water requirement of the paddy field. If that is there, every farmer will benefit, and we are planning to give 800 rupees to the farmer per acre. So that is already we have doing it in Telangana. Already we have done it last year. We have given 800 rupees to the farmer, to around 1,000 farmer. This year we are expanding it to the 100,000 hectare. And in Tamil Nadu we are targeting to achieve at least 100,000 hectare by 2023. So some of these areas are there which is very interesting and very promising areas. Take a case of methane avoidance from the rice field, or improve the soil organic carbon from the soil, or precision agriculture where you can reduce the urea, you can go forward and then reduce the nitrogen emissions. You can go for organic farming, natural farming, where you can integrate, where you can contribute in terms of methane avoidance from the waste material, from the manure. And then other one is that there is a big also, you must have heard about regenerative agriculture. It's coming up in a big way. Even Government of India is also enhancing their focus into natural farming. Take a case, Andhra is now leading in the natural farming. So there is lots of cases coming up where there is an enhanced interest how to bring in the farmer, make them more indigenous, and then help them in getting them carbon. So we work in the carbon, we call it carbon farming, and there is a great opportunity there for all of you to pursue in your domain, to pick up specific areas, build up their portfolio, start entrepreneurship, work with the farmer and create asset for the farmer. This will additionally benefit the farmer because the farmer have a capability. In India, we have 100 to 150 million farmers are there. All of them are entrepreneur. Because of that one, they are sustaining. We say, okay, farmer, but we don't ever recognize that all our farmer are entrepreneur. What is lacking? That how they don't know how to scale it. They don't know how to take it to the market and get the right price. So that lacuna is there. Maybe you can come in and you can create a bridge and create asset for yourself, for the institution, for the government and for the farmer. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Niroj. It's a really enlightening one regarding the carbon trading, and also you talked about regenerative agriculture. Thank you very much. In your busy schedule, you have taken your time off and come. Ask him, otherwise he is going to leave to the airport. Any pressing questions? Yes, please. Just one or two questions, then I'll leave you.
Sir, if TNAU campus, can they measure carbon credits? And how can one do? Can it be given as a project for students? How do they go about? Just a few words.
Ma'am, as per the rating, current rating also, they have a one criteria of carbon, what is the carbon emissions of your institute. So we can see lots of potential there, like you have a solar rooftop. So you have also lots of, some of them are LED, some of them are not LED, the potential reduce. All your fans are not energy efficient. So you can have this is operating at 80 watt. So you can reduce it to 30 watt. So you have, so small, it may be the small money, but we have to quantify. But considering the TNU large, you have a large portfolio on the solar. So that can possibly help you in reducing the price, because solar has gone now today, price of the solar, if you procure and do the net metering, your power is cheaper than the whatever power you are purchasing. But in addition, also there is a potential to get the carbon credits. So that potential there, and lots of initiatives there. One is solar energy, one is energy efficiency. The building, the infrastructure you're building is called, we call embedded carbon. The way we are building of the building, the way the building will be operated. So there is a large potential there. In terms of agriculture sector, like ma'am, one of the aspects is that possibly we see great amount of impacts TNU can bring into the farmer. Today we are talking about only the components of the productivity, yield. But another component is that where this, as a part of the co-benefits also the carbon is there. That has not been recognized. Possibly TNU can take the lead in the state of Tamil Nadu and can showcase how it can work with the government and farmer, bringing in the additional benefit to the farmer.
Ma'am, just to add to that, I'm from CABI. We had a very interesting experience recently. So we are implementing projects across the globe, funded by various international organizations, on minimizing chemical usage in the fields and promoting non-chemical usage, not primarily organic or less chemical inputs. So that is the prime objective of CABI. And we hired a consultant, climate change consultant, and he analyzed all our projects, and then applying that, even reducing your chemical pesticides and chemical usage in the fields amounts to carbon credits. And through that consultant's efforts, we could get as many as $30,000 as earning to CABI, which we in turn provided to the concerned farmers. And even a small farmer in Africa could get as many as $250 for that thing. So that was a learning for us.
Yeah, just to add on, ma'am, I think so. One of the example you can see, like take a case of DAP. India is in crisis because of DAP, and then today the DAP price has touched more than 4,000 rupees. And government of India will still support, give a subsidy of 1,250. But if you see last year, many of the farmer with the subsidy also, they didn't get it. That means when the market is not supporting the price and government is only giving the subsidy, possibly we don't have the middle level value chain is missing. So what is happening now, there is a focus now how we can go for the organic DAP. Like we have, everybody have a livestock. Many of the household in India have a, rural India have a livestock. So whether we can go, because livestock in a rural household, if you see, they just dump it in the backyard and then take it to the field. One of the problem is that it have a major weed if you don't digest it. So then if a digester, the manure can come in and then put it in a digester, it will get digested. So those microbes will die. So that will have a less impact on the weeds. In addition, we'll get a renewable energy. So then, if you do it in a put up a slurry kind of things, so that slurry, whatever liquid will come out, that have a potential if we create a process of 30 to 45 days and add on just phosphorus, that can create a rural household which will have an impact in terms of solving the problem, solving the climate problem, solving the problem of their own requirement. In addition, there is a potential of carbon. As Mr. Gopi is saying, there is a number of potential. You reduce the fertilizer, there is a potential. You go for precision agriculture, there's potential. You go for micro irrigation, drip irrigation, there is a potential. Go for rice. We are doing a rice. Rice is one of the now largest portfolio. Recently, we raised $20 million in India. We are doing it for Telangana, Andhra, Odisha, and we may start in Tamil Nadu. So some of the potentials are there, and we are trying to create a different landscape. We are not trying to work on a single association. We are creating a landscape and trying to solve the problem.
Thank you, Niraj. Now, the option given to us is find out what are all the technologies that we are giving to the farmers or qualifying for the carbon credits. So that is one big research agenda we have for TNAU. Any other questions, please? From the student side? You are all following it up, right? What we are talking. So, any questions from your end? Now you are participating in the GD, right? Group discussion. Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, panelists. I am Ponnuja Kamal, first year PhD Soil and Water Conservation Engineering. I have completed undergraduate BTech Energy and Environmental Engineering, sir. My question is, how can our university, TNAU, can contribute to contribute the sustainable development goals?
You want to say?
Yeah. I just give you an example. Like today morning, when you see one of the researcher from your institute has told very clearly, when you talk about agriculture, particularly in climate change, and many of your areas are associated to climate change. Yes. Sometimes we are not highlighting it, but most of the work that is happening in TNU, partly either part of the adaptation or mitigation side. So one of the goal is 13 is very clear. So then you have other goal also, water and sanitations, where you reduce the water. You other component is also livelihood improvement, like women empowerment. Yes. So like we are talking about rice. So in the rice we have water reductions, that is part of the water and sanitation SDG. We have energy, clean energy, because energy is reduced, because the moment water is reduced, indirectly government is reducing the energy, free energy. Then we have carbon emissions, which is climate, 13. Then we do have also less fertilizer use. You less water wastage, less fertilizer use. Livelihood improvement, reducing the poverty. Everything, whatever you do, reduce the poverty. So you have a number of SDG goals are part of this.
Do you know what is the SDG 2?
Ma'am?
It's zero hunger. We are directly contributing on that. Yes. We are the people responsible for food security of Tamil Nadu. Yes, what doubt do you have?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Any other questions? If not, let me thank Niraj for coming over here and delivering a nice talk and also answering to the questions raised by the audience. And we value your presence here very much. Thank you so much for your contribution here. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Niraj. Take care. I'll talk to you. Yeah. So next, may I have the pleasure of calling Dr. Gopi for giving his remarks? Yeah.
Good afternoon, friends. உலகத்திலே கஷ்டமான விஷயம் ரெண்டு விஷயம் என்னன்னு தெரியுமா? ரெண்டு விஷயம் ரொம்ப ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். ஒன்று நான் கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கேன், செஞ்சதில்லை, மவுண்ட் எவரெஸ்ட் ஏறுறது. ரெண்டாவது லஞ்சுக்கு அப்புறம் டாக் கொடுக்கறது. ஃபஸ்ட்டு நான் செஞ்சதில்லை, எனக்கு தெரியாது. ஆனால் ரெண்டாவது, அன்ஃபார்ச்சுனேட்லி wherever I go, I get a slot after 2:30. So when Dr. Lakshman was calling me yesterday, I was praying, was even telling my wife, I hope that it is in the forenoon, and exactly it was at 2:30. Then I saw that the program is being chaired by our Honorable Vice Chancellor Geeta Lakshmi ma'am. Then I was a little bit reassured, because Madam பேசினாங்கன்னா யாரும் தூங்க முடியாது. So at least I was happy. So let Madam talk first, wake you all up, and then I can take that benefit of saving you all. Thank you. There was an old best comedian in Tamil film industry. Some of you may not know him. He's called Mr. Nagesh. Mr. Nagesh had a very famous dialogue which says, long, long ago, so long ago, nobody knows how long ago. Exactly, long, long ago, so long ago, only I know how long ago I was on the other side. Sitting there as a student in the same ground and in the same TNAU as a student, and after so many years, thanks to all my teachers in my life, I'm standing here now. And I'm trying to bridge the gap between these two. How I can help you people come here. How I can connect you people with the world where I am in. That is the simple purpose I've come here today. I'm not going to give any high-tech lectures or anything about technology or especially nanotechnology. We have been hearing a lot. Sorry, Sir Lakshman, sir. So I'm a very down-to-earth person and I'm not too technical, sorry, though I did biotechnology here. And this morning, while we were discussing during post-lunch session, we were discussing certain concerns. Morning, those who have attended and who have not attended now, or even other students, since it's all high-tech what we have been talking from morning, and some of you, or many of you, may would have thought that I'm not suitable for this. Now, this is a high level. I cannot speak English or I cannot pick up things, so why should I attend? Better I stay back in hostel. Or I tell you again, I was exactly in the same position. Because I did not study in this campus. I studied in a small campus which was coming up at that time, called Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru College of Agriculture in Karaikal. So, sorry, I'm going for a bit anecdotes before going into the subject, because I thought that is a more important issue to be addressed next to this. So we even did not have a college, so it was under a thatched roof. And coming to TNAU Coimbatore was like visiting America for us. Because that was the first time we were saying, oh, this is how a college looks, this is how a laboratory looks. All our laboratories were in rented schools and rented houses there in Karaikal. That's how we did our BSc Agriculture. And when we came to TNAU as part of our South India tour, third year we come now, so we found that, oh, this is what a university looks. So a person like me, who hailed from a very small town of Pondicherry and who has studied in a still very small town of Karaikal, can reach to this place. All of you can definitely 100% can achieve whatever you want in life. Because excellent things are being presented to you. Naanga college la padikrappa and the conference hall inter concept kediyadu. There is only one auditorium where we come only for cultural programs. And இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு exchanges, knowledge exchanges, bringing experts, இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு opportunities எங்களுக்கு சுத்தமாக இருந்ததே கிடையாது. So I tell you guys again and again, this is an amazing opportunity for you people, not only to get grown within the country, within your subject, but also globally. And please do make use of it. Don't just leave it. And you have got an excellent team here, all the honorable teachers, your senior officials of the university, who are doing a lot of things for you guys to bring you people to this level. And we are also here. Being an alumni of Tamil Nadu, where I studied 20 years ago, I still feel it's my responsibility to do my part here. And I have come all the way from Delhi to attend this today for 1 hour. So I tell you, I'll again request you all that please take this and use it for you. Thank you. And I like the topic very well. I should congratulate Madam and Lakshman and say for that. And from that topic, I would take 3 words out of it. One is students, innovations, and global markets. And morning, while listening to the various technologies, while seeing the Expo and listening to students and various other things, certain things flashed in my mind, which I thought I should talk here openly. I can't talk here openly because it is my university and my people. So that is how I have been everywhere. So I would like to take the same opportunity here. And while all of you guys are working in excellent researchers and excellent aspects of different frontiers of science and technology, the one thing that came to my mind is, again, I would take an analogy from the film industry. Sorry for that. I found that this is something like some young budding talents who wants to become actors, who come from different small towns, whether it is Tamil Nadu or Bihar or UP or Orissa, wherever it is, and standing outside the gates of Vijaya Studio and Vahini Studio and AVM Studio, trying to become actors. And what happens if you directly expose them to the directors like Shankar or Maniratnam or other, maybe the latest Lokesh Kanagaraj? I feel there should be somebody in between, somebody like Surya or Dhanush, who can take this raw talent, tell them, yes, you have talent, but you cannot directly take it to those people. So somebody who adopts them, somebody who trains them, somebody who makes their talent mature enough for these producers, for these directors to accept, and then take them to that level. And this is where I strongly feel, ma'am and Lakshmanan sir, that international organizations like ours can play a role. I'm Gopi Ramaswamy. I'm the regional director of CABI, and I'm looking after operations across South Asia. So I take care of operations in India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Bhutan. And almost we work with the entire research and development community across these countries. And what I felt is, in the morning also, when a student is present in an excellent opportunity, research opportunity, which has Sarah was saying is in technology readiness levels, directly exposing to the industry, and industry trying to absorb it, there may be a gap, because industry may not have time and resources to sit with them, to fine-tune the technology, and then make it ready for their use, because every dollar counts for an industry. So industry may not have a time. And I strongly feel that this is where an intermediate like ours, the international research organizations, can play a role. Like you people, whatever was presented in the morning, both in the expo as well as on the stage, that can definitely be further fine-tuned in collaboration with these research organizations who have an advantage of working with the hardcore industries on one side and understand their pulses and expectations. And they also work with academia locally. So they understand both the sides, and they are the best persons to train such raw talent and make them industry ready. So this is something which I would like to propose to Honorable VC ma'am as well as Lakshmanan sir, that while we were talking about a post-conference desk in the morning, so I would say that we can think of an innovation hub, which can be a virtual incubator. So we don't need another physical incubator. We already have so many. So it can be a virtual incubator. So identify students, link them with these international organizations, where as CABI head, I would be more than willing to lead this initiative and help TNIU materialize this, where your individual research interest, be it a crop or be it a particular special area, and how do I link it with those organizations which are working. You must have heard about the CGIAR and all these international organizations, ERI, CIMIT. For each crop, there is an international organizations, and they are working globally on different research aspects of that particular crop. And you guys get trained there over a period of time and understand what is happening on that particular crop globally, and then make yourself ready. So this is something I would like to propose here. So becoming adaptable to a national or a global research is very easy, and we are all here to help you make it out of it. And as I said earlier, it is up to you people. How do you use it? How do you use us? So we have come all the way from different walks of life, all the people sitting here, and those in the morning also. And from tomorrow we would go back to our routine life. So it is all up to you. How do you use this? And we are always ready, more than willing to help here, to be part of the university and to make you grow nationally as well as internationally. Thank you.
Thank you, Gopi, for your wonderful talk. And I'm really happy that you are opening up a lot of opportunity for our students. You understood what he was saying? He's saying that he will take you to the international organizations for in the part of your career itself, like whether you are a MSc student or you are a PhD student, a part of your research work or part of your period could be spent in international organizations, and for which he will connect you to those organizations depending upon the research work that you are taking it up. And I also assure from Tamil Nadu Agricultural University side, I will be proactive in sending most of the students to those kind of international organization if you come forward with proper proposal. Okay, it is up to you to use that opportunity. Thank you, Gopi, for opening up this opportunity. Yeah. So now I'm opening up the floor for questions to Gopi. So Gopi is from a very renowned institution. You can just ask him what kind of opportunities he is going to give, or what kind of institutions he can link you up. So many things. If students are interested, you can just throw questions. He'll be happy to answer to it. And before you open up, Gopi, you were just saying you are in a very disadvantageous time. You know, like my students, this is like a honeycomb, and they are my honeybees. You know, like these honeybees, few bees will go out, few bees will come inside. Always I could see bees going inside and coming inside. And you know, like that's how I feel. So yes, questions from your end. No questions? Nobody is going to use this opportunity?
First of all, my sincere thanks to you, because one of the objectives which myself and Madam were discussing just prior to this conference is how to open up the gates for our students. And you rightly mentioned in the discussion, and what Mr. Gopi was telling is, he could connect you people with organizations. That's what the need of the day. And even some of these international organizations which are in India, that also can be connected with you. And you know that in the new ICAR curriculum, there is an important part is industrial internship, where the universities have to promote that industrial internship. And what we were looking for that, the same thing is actually told by Mr. Gopi. So that is what we are going to develop a proper framework by which we can send our own MSc and PhD students for 3 months and 6 months program. And probably I think that is one another important opening. That is driving our research into global market. And you are going to look into the opportunity of staying sometime with these organizations of national and international reputation. So in that, just I have to thank Gopi, and probably if you got any doubt in that particular internship, probably you can raise your queries. It will be a 3 months or 6 months program where you will be going there and get yourself exposed.
Yeah, I tell you one experience which I had very recently. A team of students, 9 students went to Cornell University, UG students, undergraduate students went to Cornell University, and 4 of them came back. After finishing their program, they came back to my office, and I requested them to share their experience in 5 minutes by making a small presentation. It was amazing, you know, like the way they transformed after getting their exposure. It was amazing. Okay, we are trying to provide the same kind of opportunity to many of you, as many as of you. It will be my great pleasure to send as many people as possible to outside the institute from TNU, either in Tamil Nadu or outside Tamil Nadu, even outside the country. We will facilitate you, okay? You work with your guides, and then you come out with your interest, and then we can connect you with the institutions. We have great people like Gopi who can help us in connecting with the other international institutions, but TNAU will definitely take a step forward, okay? So, still if you have doubts or if you have questions, you can raise, or otherwise I'm going to move to the next person. Yes, please. There is one hand raising over there. Engineering student, Nathan.
Good afternoon, sir. So my name is Kishore Kumar, first student, sir. Sir, I would like to know that, sir, if I'm doing if I'm planning for research in abroad, sir, for second year, sir, may I get any support from you, sir? If I am ready to do research in relevant to industrial applications, sir, I can get any help from you, sir.
Okay, he has gone another field.
Sir. Sir,
I met him yesterday. He's from the engineering side, food processing engineering. You came to my office yesterday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, he's from food processing engineering. He is looking forward to go for his research. He's doing first year masters and he is trying to go for his research to some abroad. And there was one scientist who was here, Dr. Kingsley. He was here for 4 months or so as a Fulbright fellow. So he was his inspiration and he's trying to look for some institutions. We will definitely work with your case with Dr. Gopi. We will separately discuss with them and then we will try to find out suitable institution and we'll see how we can help you out. Okay?
Yes,
Good.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Kishore.
Yes, sir.
You got a fantastic name, Kishore Kumar, my favorite poet. I'm leaving my card here for you. சரியா?
Okay, sir.
நீங்க எனக்கு ஃபோன் பண்ணுங்க எப்பனாலும்.
Yes, sir.
Whatever help you are looking for in terms of your higher education.
Yes,
I
sir.
think that is what, if I'm correct. I was talking on a different plane. Anyway, so definitely we'll do what best we can do that. சரியா?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, should I move to the next speaker? ஸோ உங்களை எல்லாத்தையும் கொண்டு போய் நான் ஒரு குரூப் டிஸ்கஷனில் போட்டால் இப்படி தான் உட்காந்துருப்பீங்களா? நான் வந்து ஒரு ஜாப் ஃபேர் வைக்கிறேன், சரியா? அப்புறம் நம்ம வந்து தனுஷ் மாதிரி யாயா மட்டும் தான் சொல்லிட்டு எழுந்திரிச்சு போக போகிறோமா? So this is all an opportunity for you people to rise up and to put some questions and then get some good information out of the speakers, right? So always you have to be prepared for that. என்ன ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் தான் மெயினாக பேசணும். இங்கே என்னடானா நாங்கள் மட்டுமே பேசிகிட்ருக்கோம். நம்ம ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் நிறைய மாறணும். மாறிடலாமா?
Okay, just one of the main reasons why I came today, which again I'm sharing, not compelling you to ask a question, is I'm on the committee where we have got there is a system called CGIAR, Consultative Group of International Agricultural Research Institutions. You must have heard about IRI, International Rice Institute, CIMIT, which works on maize and wheat. So we have somebody working on water, somebody on potato, fisheries, everything. You name any crop or any agricultural activity, there is an international organization. So that committee, I am part of it. And we are heading a committee which is trying to attract young talent from across India and train them in the areas of their interest. Of course, mutual interest, and make them ready for the industry. Because these international organizations, on one side we work with the ministry and also we work with the industry. So we know the pulse of the industry as well as the pulse of the students also. So in the last committee, when we had to select such young talent, we ended up selecting 15 students, bachelor's, master's and PhD, all from IRI. And I was sitting there as the head of the committee. To be very frank, I can tell that here, it was paining for me. I felt that my own students are there and I could not do anything for my university. And in fact, today we had 3 different interview sessions in my office where I was heading the interview panel. So I had to cancel all the 6 interviews and I came for this because I always, as ma'am knows, want to do something for my university where I studied, and whatever I am today is because of this soil. So please make use of such opportunities. Whatever I give to IRI, at least half I want to give to you people.
Great. Thank you, Gopi. பாத்தீங்களா 15 பேரை ஜஸ்ட் டெல்லியில் இருக்கிற ஐஏஆர்ஐயில் மட்டும் எடுத்து அவர் கொடுத்துருக்குறாரு. நம்ம ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்க்கெல்லாம் இது மாதிரி ஒரு எக்ஸ்போஷரே இல்லை. அதுதான் எனக்கு ஒரு பெரிய வருத்தமாக இருக்குது. ஸோ கீப் க்ளோஸ் கான்டாக்ட் வித் பிஜிடின்ஸ் ஆஃபீஸ் டு கெட் டு நோ த ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் அண்ட் ட்ரை டு யூஸ் இட். ஓகே, தட்ஸ் மை ஹம்பிள் ரிக்வெஸ்ட் டு ஆல் த ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், ரைட்? நீங்களாம் வெளியே போனீங்கன்னா அட்லீஸ்ட் இந்த ஃபோரத்துலேருந்து ஒரு 50 ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸாவது வெளியே போய் ஒரு அப்ராடில் எக்ஸ்போஷர் ஆகி வந்தீங்கன்னா ஐ வில் பி த ஹாப்பியஸ்ட் பர்சன் இன் மை 3 years tenure. போவீங்களா? குட். So let me now request Dr. Arividai Nambi from WRI to give his thoughts, please.
Good evening. Thank you. First, at the outside, I would like to thank the Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, and Professor Lakshman for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here. All wise words have been said, so nothing left for me from the morning. I've been listening. So, of course, the topic I was asked to focus was on research. Certainly, I come from a research background. I work for a research organization. The bread and butter of our organization, World Resources Institute, is research. It's one of the very renowned institute where particularly in the space of climate, energy, restoration, land restoration, people look forward to. All the major institutes, look forward to a research that's churned out of WRI. So it has a high reputation. So no wonder, as a researcher, I got a place there. So one of the basic fundamental things, today one should understand, we are living with mankind is experiencing many challenges, manifold challenges today. While the science is advancing, at the same time, problems are also advancing. So the COVID is a very good example. We have had tsunami a few years back, which we never thought of anything about tsunami. We never knew about it. But we did handle that. After that, the flurry of things came out of it. The kind of knowledge we generated helped us we are in a better place today to handle those kind of situations. So this is one of the fundamental things. An important thing is, the fundamental to any research is asking questions. That is why I was trying, she's been provoking you to ask questions. There's no right question or wrong question. It's important. As a student, it is very important. Unless you have that inquisitiveness, you cannot get into research. It's very, very important to develop that, to be conscious of your surroundings. That is also important. For a researcher, you should be more observant. In social science, we teach you the kind of methodology, the participation observation. When you do a research about a particular culture or a group, you go and immerse yourself within that setup. அப்பதான் உங்களுக்கு டே டு டே அவங்க என்னென்ன பழக்க வழக்கங்கள் இருக்குன்னு தெரியும். So அந்த observation that it creates some sort of curiosity. That leads to kind of many research problems. You're sitting in a wonderful auditorium today. There are how many knows, there is a lots of research has gone into build this structural stuff, isn't it? When you think about it, research is a building block. Every attempt to look at certain things is kind of contributing to a larger problem, a bigger invention or discovery. So it's important to have the heart of questioning. That is where we differ from the Western society, because that has been instilled in them right from school days. They don't care about the surroundings. They will ask questions. That is a fundamental part of research. You have to have that kind of the tendency to ask questions. Otherwise, research can't take you anywhere. And as students, and you are also working, you have a huge responsibility than other people. You are working with farmers and the farming community. For them, tomorrow counts, not even day after tomorrow. That you should have in mind. Whatever the solutions you come out with is going to affect the lives of the people, enhance the livelihoods of the people. So that's fundamental. You have a far larger responsibility providing food to the people and ensuring the food security of people. As Madam mentioned, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University is providing the food security of the Tamil community here, the people of Tamil Nadu. So you have a larger responsibility. So again, I just want to kind of, refer to how we go about research, in our own organization. For example, why it has been one of the premier institutes to look forward for research-related findings. Because the kind of rigor it goes into. Particularly, when you produce an internal document, a report or something, or a policy document, we need to prepare 1 year in advance. Right? We have a committee which will review the publication plans. There is a committee to do that. There is a separate vertical, vice president for research. He supervises the quality control of those things. So what does it entail? What does it entail, those kind of approach? Basically, it has to talk about the problem. What are the problem you're going to deal with? What are the kind of methodology you're going to come out with? Who are the target audience for that? That is an important thing. How do you kind of communicate? And who are the referees for this? Both internal referees, as well as external referees. So you got to be really prepared. And one of the basic philosophy on which WRI operates is, the approach is count it, change it, and scale it. That's the mantra. Count it meaning basic fundamental the building block for a research is the data today. Today we are so advanced in data. Data science is emerging as a very big thing, a very big discipline in itself. So there are treasure troves of data. So evidence-based research is very, very fundamental. So that is why the observation knowledge is very, very instrumental in building you as a good researcher. So you should be aware of your surroundings, evidence, whatever you do, you have to record them. To have a sound kind of a scientific basis, you could argue, once you have that kind of a data. So there are no dearth of tools today. There is a huge range of tools available today. And computing science is really going forward in a very fast phase where researchers couldn't keep pace with that. And the level it's been advancing. So it is important fundamentally to think about things, and also particularly, again, I kind of emphasize on the fact that you've been working for a problem with the people, the downtrodden, the poor, the vulnerable people. When you talk about climate change, who are the most vulnerable people? The people who are living the margins of the society. City la pathina storm vandaduna, who gets affected? It is the fishermen, it is the people who are living in the slums mostly. Because they are the first line of attack. They bear all the brunt for no fault of them. So these are some of the fundamental questions, you have to really, because today's the challenges are plenty, as I said, urbanization, globalization, food security is an issue, poverty is an issue, on top of it, climate change. Mother of all problems today is climate change. So how do we deal with this? Certainly one has to really start thinking about it, be observing, because people who are living in the proximities to those problems. That is why Madam talked about linking local to global. Local, unless the global problems are mitigation problems. It is very linear, somebody has done that, and we are also following the same pathway, whereas adaptation is something which is grounded, which is very, very local. So it is embedded in the development of the people, and the people's own livelihood. So it's important to understand those dynamics of it to come out with any good solutions. If you want to divide, and also I have seen a tendency of people living today's generation, one is living in now, knowing the now. That becomes, because you have, unless for research, you should connect the past and the future. The models, what you see in climate change, is all about the future, right? Which 1 degree of centigrade, how much of productivity is going to go down. These are some of the fundamental questions one has to address. Even there is a difference between 1 degree rise and 1.5 degree rise and 2 degree rise. For a common man, it is simple. What a big deal. 1 degree side. But 1 degree has many manifolds of expressions. Very different way it affects. 1 degree nala 70% in the coral reefs, within 0.5 degree of rise, it might go to about 95% of coral reefs will not be there. So can you imagine that kind of a situation? So this is how you apply your knowledge, that needs a lot of reading. That habit has to have been there. And while I was studying, fortunately I was privileged to have been exposed to these things at my young age. With CGIAR Secretariat, what Gopi was talking about, I was working there in my early days at CG Secretariat in Washington. And there are plenty of learning experiences. Those days, today at least you have a touch of your button, you have everything. The information is at your disposal. Not those days when I was graduating. I used to walk to British Council every Saturday because there was one education officer. I'm talking about 90s, early 90s. One education officer will be there. He has bits and pieces of information, nothing more than that. Then I have to go sit there to apply for Cambridge University. Finally, I got it. But still, it's such a task. When I came back, I did a free counseling for students, who are going to this thing for about almost 3 years. I've been doing that with the British Council. So you have information at your disposal, but sometimes that turns into a negative thing, That's why, you can't live in the now. You have to try to connect the past, the history of it, as well as the future, where we are going, which direction which paths you're taking is very important. For that, you need to be really asking these right questions. That's fundamental for any research. And also, there is another practice which you should, as teachers, teachers also, the onus is also on the teachers. It is not just students. One has to be a good researcher. As students, as teachers, they have to guide you as well. There are some of the important examples I could share with you is, while I was doing my PhD in Maxwell School of Citizenship in New York, in Syracuse University, one of the things, fundamental things, in every week we have a journal class. One of the students is handpicked to study, come up prepared with a journal paper. He has to come out, analyze that, desiccate that information into pieces and come out with and present that. So there are lots of fundamental questions, which will be asked. So that culture, at least with the postgraduate students, one has to create. So that will really make you read a lot of things. That's an important thing. Fundamental thing is one of the, because you don't, unless you know what is going on in the research space, we can't do further research. So it's important to be informed. So for people like us, a certain advantage, because I use a lot of my staff, my juniors, my teammates to do that kind of research and pack it in a nice way so that I could really, that's the advantage when you go up in the ladder. That happens with you. So at that age, it's very, very important to read. Fundamentally, it has to read to understand what's happening. And one of the things which I'm really worried about is basic research. The investment in basic research is going down today. Everybody is going for applied research. That's important. But not applied research unless, how do you kind of, if Newton has not done the research, if Einstein is not there, we are not here. And it's important to understand those fundamental research as well. There's a certain level of devotion should be there to fundamental research. I think universities should also kind of parallelly promote these things. And you have another responsibility because you are working with farmers, and there are PTDs and other things, participatory technology development are very, very important aspects of our innovation, because anything we have to design with the co-sharing is important, co-creating knowledge is important, particularly the farmers, because they have a repository of knowledge which has been passed on for generations. It is not the science alone going to help them. That sense of history becomes very, very important. So how do you kind of accommodate in the research space is going to be a big question. So all these things you have to really comprehensively look at in a way that, you could deliver results, design good outcomes, and also the science and research intersection is very important, the nexus. What is the value of research or science if it's not going to serve the society? That's a big question. Again, policy science interface is also important. Not all the politicians can understand. One thing is to do research, come out with good, unless you communicate in a way that people could relate to, common man could relate to, it's not going to be of big use. So that is another thing. And another emerging area, particularly for you, it's far more important, is the behavioral science. It is coming as a big domain, is emerging as a big domain. You say Amazon, the companies like Flipkart, kind of mastered that art. Understand the consumer's behavior. That's why they could come out, constantly churn out new products. So behavioral science is emerging as a big subject area. Now, I remembered of my interactions with my guru and my mentor, Professor Swaminathan, in many ways. He used to talk about green revolution, how he got where he was, where he could go. Science helped them, policy helped them in many ways. All these things are fundamental. But then above all, he always says it's a kind of a orchestra. Symphony, he calls it a symphony. It is about the policymakers, it is about the technologists, it is about the scientists, but also, above all, the farmers' enthusiasm. That completed the circle of green revolution. So that behavioral aspect, you should understand the farmers, where will they try to invest? What are the kind of opportunities they have? What kind of options they have? What kind of, how do you steer this? These are some of the questions. So that is also emerging as a big area. So today, there is the line between the disciplinary lines are completely vanishing today. Everything becomes so multidisciplinary. It is not compartmentalized. For a climate scientist is even more important to understand the social and the natural science dynamics of it. So I think it is important to be inquisitive about things, to be creative, to discuss with your peers. These are fundamental things in research. I'm sure, with all these things, and this is the right age, and you are living in a very fortunate kind of era where you have access to information. So of course, there are lots of downsides of the technology as well. One should be aware of that. Also, be conscious of the fact that the technology has some certain limitations. It is also evolving. So I think, my humble request is ask questions. That's the first fundamental thing. And as teachers also, again, I want to kind of, highlight that the kind of role what they have to play is hand-holding is very, very important. You should observe certain qualities in a student, then like what Vice Chancellor was talking about. She has been talking to that person. She could directly know his needs. So she could connect. Those are the opportunities you create yourself. And, I think certainly there are wide opportunities today. If you are ready to take that, you could go places. And certainly, and particularly the public good component. There are a lot of people talked about patent, and these are important, but agriculture still falls in the public domain. Lots of money is being spent on because it's seen as a public good. So it is important to invest in fundamental research, be associated with be aware of those opportunities wherever it exists, and be kind to yourself, be kind of inculcate this knowledge base. So strong knowledge base can take you anywhere. Language is nothing to worry about the language, it's just a communication. That's all that, but if you're fundamentally good at your observations, absorption of information, assimilation of this information, then it becomes, and also another important thing is you have to differentiate between a quality data and not so good rich data. That is also an important thing. Lots of things have been churned out today, so it's important to differentiate that. So there is also a responsibility to create that kind of a database. India has come a long way. Today there is no lives lost, not many lives lost in terms of, if you see the storm, disaster management stuff, they've come a long way. And so data really helps you in many ways. There are people who could, with one page data, they could create 100 pages, 5 or 6 articles. That's the level of understanding one should have. And this is the time to kind of learn and inculcate this within yourselves. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nambi. Questions, doing fundamental research, understanding the behavior of the consumer, so many things you have talked. Luckily, we have recorded everything. We can go back and we can just take each and every word what you have said, and we will definitely work on it. Now, it is open to you all.
This is on behalf of our PG students I'm asking. Okay.
Do it, please.
Okay. Yeah, right. So now actually what is happening currently is technology is crossing domain and boundaries. And some 20 years, 30 years back, I think some revolution happened in one domain. It's confined to that domain only. But now just imagine drones. Drones were initially introduced mainly for defense and other things. Now, who thought that drones can revolutionize even agriculture? Now drones are coming into agriculture, crossing domains, crossing boundaries. Likewise, if you talk about CNDs, carbon nanotubes, now it's used in agriculture for genome editing. Likewise, what is your call about this and how it's going to revolutionize agriculture, how these technologies crossing domains and as well as boundaries, and how agricultural universities should actually prepare ourselves to receive that technological exchange between domains. So that's very important. Probably I need your thoughts on that one.
Yes, the transdisciplinary research is fundamental today. We cannot, because and also it is also moving at a fast pace. Particularly in adaptation, tomorrow's adaptation is day after tomorrow's maladaptation. Because there are trade-offs between long-term and short-term strategies. One has to really think about it. And application is very important. That's why if you get the fundamentals right, then it could be, you have the same dough, you could make it as a dosa, you could make it as a idiyappam, whatever it is. That's kind of a tendency should be there. That's how you should view the inventions and discoveries, so that there is a huge application. Even drones are not only in agriculture, it's also delivery boys, courier boys, tomorrow's courier boys. So that line is becoming murkier and murkier. It's in all fields you see that is happening. That's kind of an exchange. I think that's why the fundamental approach to this thing is try to understand. It will, over a period of, you can't have answers overnight for these things. Over a period of time, it also evolves because of the contributions of many researchers coming in the way. So one piece has been developed by other person. So once you're open to that, another important thing I failed to mention there is about the open source data. Today, it is no more knowledge is not a private domain, in the private domain. Many of them, it's also very much in the public domain. So try to see the interlinkages. For example, cancer research. It is not the genomics research alone that counts. It is the psychological well-being of the person. That contributes to the well-being of the cancer patient to come out of those things. So how they kind of looked at this? These are fundamental questions. That's why I thought behavioral aspect is also important. I've not answered your question, I know, but it's more and more murkier. So I think if you fundamentally get it right, you have the database for that, then one could build on to those things. Again, there are areas where we can't even think of right now to apply, but there will be potential to apply elsewhere. That's how science has grown so far. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nambi. Now I'm not seeing any raised hands, so I take the opportunity to request Dr. Nirmalesh to say a few words about today's program.
First, thanks to the Vice Chancellor and the Dean for giving me this opportunity. And as my previous speaker said, there's enough knowledge that has been shared. So my topic or my talk for today is going to be slightly different. And it's not going to be about research, it's not going to be about questions, it's going to be about innovation. So the thing is, what roles do companies and industries have to play for having research ideas move on to different industries, right? My thing is, the Dean of Postgraduate Studies has already done an amazing work of setting you in this path where every research that we do here is calculated, and then there's a path set for it to get commercialized. But the problem here is industries are not ready to observe all of them immediately. No matter how validated your idea is, no industry can take it today and create it into a product. So I think the Dean already understands the biggest burden is him setting up the knowledge transfer or the technology transfer office, where they decide. For example, let me give you a real life example. A university had three different innovations. The first innovation is, this is a real life example. The first innovation is, a professor invented an X-ray machine that could do 3D X-rays in one frame or one shot. The second innovation was, they had a scalable cloud-based platform for e-commerce. And the third one was a simple questionnaire which people have to fill out to find out whether they have arthritis or not. These are the three innovations which they had. All of them came from students and was the result of PhDs. The thing is, if you ask the question, simple question, which brought in the most revenue, the answer is the survey. It was not the X-ray machine. It was not the e-commerce platform. It was the survey. Because X-ray machine, you have already large companies like EG and other things that control the market. So innovating and getting something into the market, you have a huge barrier. Then an e-commerce platform is as easy it is to scale, it's also as easy to replicate. But a survey, it was a 15-minute survey that helped people to find out whether they have arthritis or not. It was copyrighted and it started generating revenue. The burden of saying how all of this affected them was mainly based on the team of staff that helped students take out their innovation. So one thing I realized today in looking at all of the projects that have been placed in today's hall is TNAU has the most socially responsible innovators as students. Because in a normal university, say I can design a cell phone, and if my design is not good, people are not going to buy it, end of chain. But here you design directly for farmers who in turn are responsible for the food security, and it has to be responsible. Every innovation you make directly affects million lives, even if they are not direct buyers of your innovation. So students need to be not just responsible, they need to be aware of what's going on in the market. And second, please do not focus on the monetary outcome of your research, focus on what interests you, right? If you solve a large enough problem, you will eventually get to a place where you solve enough to make money out of it. One point I'd like to stress here, and in India, we have a culture where every university only looks at students based on how many people have been placed in jobs and what is the average salary. And I think they should also look at what is the total value of companies spun off from the college. I think until universities start saying like TNAU has spun off companies and today all the companies put together is worth so many crore rupees, there is no quantification. And I think it needs to start coming from universities. Every time a company comes in, they should also advertise how many entrepreneurs are there, how many companies have been created this year. We have a great incubation cell here, business incubator and TNAU, but the question should be how many students are part of the incubator now, and that needs to be a value that we need to start improving on. So end of the day, if you can create 50 startups from TNAU in a given year, that is at least 10 jobs per company, and you have TNAU starting an economy by itself. And that is very much possible, and that is the goal which all of us should work towards. The other point I'd like to say is importance of emerging technology, and they have spoken about how research is always a cross-cultural or a cross-subject matter from now on. So I strongly encourage students to study subjects or understand subjects that are not even part of their field. You cannot create data-enriched agriculture if you don't understand how a cloud works. So here you are getting the opportunity to directly interact with industrial experts and people from industry. And you all should make use of it, not in terms of just connecting with them and asking them questions. Questions is important, but ask questions that will further enhance your knowledge. That being said, I'm going to actually conclude my talk here because we have already been over time. But coming here today again has been a very pleasurable and a very momentous occasion for me. Thank you.
Session, I think I have one of our TNAU alumnus, and he's a leading agro entrepreneur. He's from Madurai, and I thought of Jad, why don't I actually get his opinion on this discussion also, because he's the one, I think, who is really involved with farmers, understand the mindset of the farmers. And when actually I had a discussion with him in the morning, he clearly explained that it's good to design products based on the market needs rather than TNAU designing products on their own. So before actually I close this particular panel discussion, I would like to hear from Mr. Vinny Irvin Jose, and who is actually having his own company called as BG Crop Sciences. I would like to hear from him to throw some more information about what is the current market scenario as far as agro products are concerned, and how our TNA students can fine-tune their research based on the market demand. Before actually I hand over the stage to him, I would like to welcome him with this bouquet. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Really, it's a pride moment for me to take part in this global conference, and my sincere thanks are due to the program organizers for having me here today. Let me start by saying few words about my background and my experience. After passing out BSc Agriculture course from Kilikuno campus in 1989, I began my career as a marketing representative in a private company. Then now almost I have completed 33 years of experience in marketing. During the period of the last 3 decades, I have seen the total transformation of agribusiness in the industry. When I passed out, it was only agri-science. Now it is agriculture technology. In 1989, I was handling bulk fertilizers like urea, potash, DAP, and pesticides, fungicides, and weedicides. But now almost I am handling nanoparticles, biopolymer, and the latest chelated nutrients, amino acid So all these have happened because of the transformation. The reason behind the transformation is the continuous R&D support extended by TNAU in various platforms. And I feel this is like one of the platform for next transformation of agricultural technology. When Dr. Lakshmanan informed me about this program and the topic, really I felt very happy because the recent effort taken by the TNAU is taking center stage in the farming sector. According to me, this is going to become big boon for the industry in the next 5 to 10 years. And the topic given to me is market-driven research needs in crop care. But after visiting the morning expo, really I wanted to change the topic. There is no need for the market to drive the research. Actually, students community, you have contributed well and your innovations are excellent. Really, I congratulate every one of you, those who have done your contribution in a better manner. Really, the industry job is to pick up what is best and you have to connect with the right industry people. So then only your knowledge will get money. What for we are gaining knowledge? Finally, we should make money. So your application, your innovation is going to make money. Please keep this in mind. Keep this in mind while doing some project work. The topic crop care is the term is very simple. According to agriculture science, the crop care is confined only to crop protection. But my farmer's perspective, from business perspective, it's not confined only to crop protection. It is inclusive of the nutrition deficiency and carrying the crop during stress time and carrying the crop during natural disaster. But farmer needs to carry the crop from germination to harvest. It's a carrying technology required from germination to harvest. So that's what this is totally from, my presentation is totally from farmer's perspective and not from research perspective. Okay, the need for crop care. Why it is necessary? There is huge crop loss every year noticed by pest and disease, natural calamity, and now recently the toxicity, nutrition deficiency, and stresses, biotic and abiotic stresses. Then the need for the crop care is we need to feed the ballooning population. Indian population is expected to reach 160 crore by 2050. I think morning somebody has told this. So how to feed the population? And third one is for successful farming to increase both quantity and quality of the yield. So after the green revolution, we are all focusing only on quantity. But now we are come to a stage of improving the quality of the produce. Everybody wants quantity and quality. So the crop care techniques are very, very important to produce a quality produce. And finally, the crop care techniques are powerful tool in achieving the sustainable crop production. If it is not economically viable to a farmer, then it is not sustainable. So any crop care system should protect the farmer to make his farming activity more economically viable. Okay, during the crop care techniques, there are challenges are there. So what are all the major challenges? First, the invasive pests and diseases. So nowadays, we have seen the fall armyworm and the recent developments, black aphids in chilies, and there are number of issues. It's called pest outbreak. Farmers are getting confused to what to do. Even after spraying with the high dose of agrochemicals, pesticides, they are not able to control the pest incidents. So this is the biggest challenge. We need to guide the farmer in a inclusive way to control the pest and diseases and resurgence of pest and diseases. So due to over usage of pesticides, the farmers are, the pests are getting resurgence. So we are not able to control that. And the regulation of biopesticides. So till last year, there was no control on biopesticides. So there are number of spurious products available in the market at very costlier price. Even per liter is cost about 3,000 to 4,000 rupees per liter. But most of the products are coming from China and through Hawala means, and people are mixing it here and they are making money. But poor farmers got trapped into this. They are not able to come out of this spurious biopesticides. So there is a big challenges for the effective crop care techniques. And the rising demand for quality and quality produce. As I told in the previous slides, the biggest challenge in the crop care techniques is the farmers need to produce quantity and quality produce. And the quality of irrigation water in rain-fed area. This is the biggest challenge. In 5 years back, students from this Agriculture College and Research Institute have visited our area near Madurai, and the soil is red soil, but the water is bore water. People are taking water at the depth of 800 to 1,000 feet. Their forefathers were doing it in a better way, farming activity, where in recent days, they are not able to do a good farming work because of the salinity. The bore water is full of saline. It's the biggest challenge for the farmers, and the students came out with a solution. Now in that red soil area, farmers are using gypsum, and thereby they are improving their quality of the produce and quantity of the produce. So likewise, students, when you do something, when you find some innovations, you should always keep the farmer's interest in mind. And finally, deteriorated soil health. I think somebody has told this in the morning. The soil health is now, it is totally deteriorated. This is from farmer's point of view I am sharing with you. Even if you take care of the crop during the crop pest attack, even if you take care of the nutrition deficiency, the problem is the deteriorated soil health, because the organic carbon level has come down to less than 0.5%. So we are in a very dangerous situation. Our top priority should be focusing on soil health. That is our soil physical and chemical and biological parameter. If the microbial activities should be higher in the soil, means the organic carbon content should be at least 2 and above. So the research requirement under crop care techniques, I want to discuss in 3 segments. What are the research required in crop care segment? The first one is, this is from business scope, business perspective. The first one is crop protection. Here, the research is required. Almost morning I have seen most of the products are addressing this need. Scope for biopesticides, antifungal, antivirus, and formation bioweedicide. There is a huge scope in the industry for these products. Second is technology for inducing defense mechanism. Hope all you would have studied genetically modified crops. That is an area of interest and need more research. And developing pest and disease resistant varieties and biological repellent in nanoparticles. In market there are a number of products available as a repellent, mostly a neem-based product. But when I requesting the student community to come forward with the nanoparticle as a repelling agent. And biocontrol method for egg lysis. This is an area for big scope. And innovative cultural practices. Apart from all these crop care techniques, the cultural practices also, we must look into it. And the second scope is from crop nutrition. So the customized crop nutrition is gaining momentum across India now. So farmers are aware that his soil need to be tested, and they are all aware of soil health card, and now they started asking for customized plant nutrient for them. So our main job is to provide them customized plant nutrient to produce quantity and quality of produce. And crop specific nutrimix. This is a major area
we are also having various types of product under Nutrimix, customized. This is crop-specific plant nutrients. Most of the plants love to eat some of the elements, like zinc. Grapes is a zinc-loving crop. Cabbage, boron, cabbage and cauliflower is a boron-loving crop. So we have developed some product with a nutrient-loving crops-based system. Then nanoparticle for major and micronutrient. This area has got big scope. Already the nano urea has come in the market and is gaining momentum now. And we would like you to come up with the nanoparticle for potash, K and micronutrients. And finally, addressing the hidden hunger of the plant. This is the booming area in business segment. There are a number of products coming into the market to address the hidden hunger. Normally, plant won't exhibit the deficiency during the growth stage. It will exhibit the deficiency symptom only at the time of yield. So to take care of that, this prophylactic, this method of hidden hunger, we have to design a nutrition package for hidden hunger, which we are already developed, but we are not developed on scientific data. I am requesting students community to come up with the scientific data for all this product development. Then finally, stress management. There is a huge scope in stress management segment. Even one day stress will lead to yield loss. So now due to the climate change, plant undergoes stress. Even if there is a sudden rain or there is a severe drought, plant undergoes the stress. But you will see the result only at the harvesting time. So to address that need, there are a number of products are available in the market. But again am requesting students community to address the stress management in crop by developing various products. And the 60% of the cultivated soil have nutrition deficiency and other issues that create stressful growing condition. Even the nutrition deficiency also giving stress to crop. So that's why I told you in the previous slides, it's a hidden hunger. Even if there is a deficiency, plant won't exhibit the deficiency symptom. So it is shown as a hidden hunger where we need to develop a product for this stress condition. And customized plant nutrition and hormones for stress management has got the very big scope, and I request everyone to plan your work on these two items. And I would like to conclude my presentation is crop care technique is not only confined to the crop protection, it is inclusive of the nutrition management to have a clear-cut idea about the sustainable growth and thereby able to compete with other economic sectors. And thank you for the opportunity given to me. And if you have any doubts, you please ask me. Thank you.
Our invitation and enlightening the students on this topic. Probably now you have clearly understood what exactly the need as far as the ground scenario is concerned. What is needed? What sort of research is really needed for the farming community to address their problems? Probably you might be having a quick idea of the ground scenario. So now, before actually I throw this particular session for questioning, and this particular global conference, we are trying to create a blend between youth and experience. So now you know that stalwarts in their own field, they talked. People from different arena with huge experience, they talked. Just to close this particular day, I'm going to call upon 3 of our young student innovators. Each will be given a time of 8 minutes maximum, and they are going to present their innovation, and I'm going to leave our own stalwarts to judge what's our innovation level and what's our capacities are. This is the whole idea is not to test our efficiency. This is an opportunity where the experience can blend with youth. So with this small introduction, please hold on for another 15 minutes. I know that everybody is busy to close the day. just carry on for another 15 minutes. Of course, refreshment, everything is waiting for you. Just 15 minutes, each maximum 8 minutes. I leave the floor to Dr. Venkata Prabhu to introduce the students quickly. Let them come and present their innovation, maximum for 6 minutes and 2 minutes for interaction, or maximum 8 minutes. Okay, over to you, Dr. Prabhu. Yeah.
Thank you. So under the theme 2, crop care, we are delighted to invite B. Shaliga to talk.
Loss in all crops, especially veg, and 21.3% in our country. For the management of engineering and use of nematode resistant host plants are practiced. Under the physical and cultural management strategies, practices like soil solarization, following crop rotation and raising of green manure crops like cowpea, sesbania, etc., and antagonistic crop like marigold are cultivated. But these practices are not always economical, maybe due to high labor cost, prolonged time period. Solarization relies on heat, following reduced soil moisture, and these recommended practices could not be adopted easily. Under chemical management, previously nematicides are most commonly used, but nowadays nematicides are banned due to health issues, environmental pollution, and resistant to nematicides. For instance, aldicarb is banned due to human health safety and environmental concerns, and dibromochloropropen is also banned due to because it affects sterility among male workers. Coming to genetic engineering and nematode resistant host plant, engineering plants by inducing natural resistant genes or by using proteinase inhibitor coding genes, RNA interference to suppress the nematodes, and also use of nematode resistant host plant like Gossypium hirsutum in cotton. Though some of the resistant varieties are available, and advanced methods like genetic engineering for nematode resistance are available. It has disadvantage that it cannot be the cropping is okay. Alternative method is to control the nematode at its infective stage, and also fecundity rate of female nematodes. The fast growing and updated research work for the management of nematode control. Coming to biological management, reduction in nematode population by the action of living organisms such as fungi, bacteria, virus, etc. Fungi that damage nematode such as nematode trapping fungi, Arthropods, endozoic fungi, Catnaria vermicola, egg parasitic fungi, Bacillomyces linacinus, Poconia chlamydospora, and Clonostrachus rotiae. Mechanism of biological control is predation, parasitism, competition, and antibiosis. My innovation is a product innovation. Clonostrachus rotiae, an endophytic fungus isolated from tea bark in Ooty. Pathogenic against nematodes, insects, and other fungus also. Clonostrachus rotiae produce two different forms of spores, conidiospores and chlamydospores, during its life cycle. Its spore load is about 5.4 into 10 power 7 spores per ml. Conidiospores germinate within 4 to 6 hours. This is a microscopic image of conidiospores and chlamydospores and penicillate conidiophore. Conidiophore is nothing but conidiospore which is attached with hyphae. It is an infection of egg and juveniles. Its mode of action is antibiosis and enzyme secretion rather than direct parasitism. Nematicidal compound dimeric epipolysulfinyl dioxopiperazine were produced by Clonostrachus rocheae were toxic to nematodes. Chitinase or enzymes that hydrolyze the nematode cell wall 1,4-glycosidic linkages. This fungus also produces hydrolytic enzymes such as protease collagenase which helps in nematode cuticle penetration and cell wall degradation. Perpetuosilum, linacinum, Poconoia chlamydosporia, Trichoderma species, Bacillus subtilis, etc. are the biocontrol agent commercialized and now available in market. To conclude that, a limited number of biocontrol agents are available in the market. It is easily cultured in lab. Formulation of this Clonostrachus rocheae as liquid talc wettable granule formulation will add on point on a heap. Clonostrachus rocheae as a biocontrol agent, it is commercialized in other countries like Italy, China, etc. Clonostrachus rocheae is a fast growing
will be very tired because of all the sessions. Only the start of the day, when we attend a meeting or a conference, or when we feel sleepy or tired, or when we feel stressed, all our mind automatically goes to coffee. And India is the second largest producer of coffee. India is the second largest producer of coffee with Brazil at its first, and is being produced in southern and northeastern part of our countries. And Karnataka tops among all the states in coffee production. And this graph from RBI Handbook of Statistics gives us the information that in India, during 2020 to 2021, about 354 metric tons of coffee is being produced. Whereas in 1950 to 1950, $40 million
for which actually we arrange, I think it's done, I feel. So giving a platform to these people, and confidently they could able to give the presentation, because when they were presenting, I could able to see Dr. Nambi, and he said that I think I could able to understand this science very easily. The way I think they present is so easy. Nambi, probably you can give your feedback. I think just, yeah, the mic is there. Yeah.
It's on. Okay. Thanks, Lakshman. I think it's more of a, I mean, the science is hard to understand for people from non-science background normally. And that's the first point when you see a presentation which attracts that, you know, they kind of attracts the attention of people. That's a certain way of doing things. The research might be really exciting, but unless you excite the people audience, it's not going to be. That way, it came out very clearly. Both the presentations, of course, you know, but then the second one is certainly in terms of explaining the graphs, where you start, the export, what are the challenges there, it's important, so that you could immediately connect to those, the factors that affect. So it's wonderful. Both of you did a good job. Thanks.
So thank you. Thank you very much. And any questions from these young innovators? Audience? Fine. Thank you very much. So now I think my responsibility is quickly summarize this afternoon's event. And I think we had a wonderful session, because I am doing the responsibility of our Madam Vice Chancellor, because she was chairing the session, but she gave that big responsibility of summarizing the points deliberated during this panel discussion and followed by this one. But I think first, I think I have to be thankful to all these stalwarts who, in spite of their hectic schedule, I'm not just putting the word for the sake of putting, really hectic schedule. And in spite of their hectic schedule, I think they came down here and participated in this panel discussion, and also spent time to observe the student presentation. Thank you very much to all I can say 5 of the panelists, because Mohandi had to go, but I think I have to thank all these 5 people, including my good friend Vinny. So thank you very much for your time spent, and certainly I think the time what you have spent might have motivated our young innovators and students, and certainly in one way or other they will get this good knowledge transformed by your experience. Then just to summarize this panel discussion on driving the innovation to national and global market, I think 4 important points I picked. One is, as far as Mr. Gobi is concerned, yes, he has given an open invitation to you students. What is the open invitation? Come for internship. And CABI is ready to help you. So it's not just he has told this one, and now he has asked how to take it forward. And can you just link somebody from your student side, or staff member, or Agri incubation center? Can you just link somebody else who can take it forward? So that is the amount of enthusiasm and interest showing by Mr. Gobi Ramasamy, and that is a good message you people have to carry back. He is ready to help you through internship with industries, and how and which semester we are going to send you, whether it is 2 months or 3 months or 6 months, all these things we can decide by discussion with you, and by the discussion with, as per the university guidelines, as per the postgraduate program guidelines, we will finalize. But the important outcome of this particular panel discussion is there is an open call from Mr. Gobi Ramasamy. So give a big round of applause to Gobi Ramasamy, because this is a great opportunity for you students to just get yourself exposed to national and international organizations. Thank you very much, Mr. Gobi. Then coming to Dr. Nambi, and I think he shared his experience. And of course, and today morning and in the afternoon also, when our Honorable Vice Chancellor discussed with Dr. Nambi, and he mentioned that, yes, this is a time that we can look for some big projects, collaboration with TNAU. I'm not just telling for the sake of saying these words, and he really meant it. And he was telling that, yes, I think, because he is part of this World Resource Institute, India, and he is sitting in a very high position. And so what he said is, he does not want to confine the area, and what he clearly promised to our Vice Chancellor is thinking big. Let us just go for a bigger proposal, joint collaboration, by which the association can be long and students can be benefited on a long-term basis. That is a clear message from Dr. Nambi. And for this good gesture, let us give a big applause to Dr. Nambi for taking the research on a long-term basis. Thank you very much. And also he really mentioned about you have to question. So a good researcher is one who could be able to question more. And also he stressed the importance of data. Not only the data, quality data. So I think thank you very much, Dr. Nambi, for actually enlightening the crowd with the need of the day. Then to Nirmalesh Kumar, and already I think the students from nanotechnology knew him. I think a couple of times he visited, shared his knowledge, and I think we have to make use of him. And I think at this young age, and his profile and his CV is really enviable. And so I think whatever the way I think we are going to use Nirmalesh, it's up to us. That's what I used to tell Madam also. Madam, I think we have to just, I think he has already given this open invitation. And he visited a couple of times, and I think he is heading that group called the Sona Group and Sona Mycelium Group. And I think people who are working on mushrooms, on myceliums, and just he is ready to help whatever the way. The research grants or whatever the way, I think you can just get his intellectual wealth. Probably I think he is ready to share with us. So I think, and also the disruptive and emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and what I'm saying is gene technologies, all these things probably I think he could help us. And also any students who want to be an entrepreneur, who want to start startups, I think he is the guy who you have to contact. And I think he has at very young age, he just had his own startup in UK, am I right? Yeah, in France. And I think, I think not in India, in France, when he went for his higher studies. So that is the amount of knowledge he is having. So thank you very much. Give a big round of applause to Dr. Nirmalesh for his time. Then of course, Mr. Mohanty, Niraj Mohanty, but he had to leave. And he actually opened up another area for you. And so far we think that when farmers are doing organic farming, when the farmers are applying biofertilizers, and we think that actually, okay, he is not using chemicals, he is helping the ecosystem, he is doing sustainable farming. But from his talk, you could able to understand that a farmer who is sitting in Udumalpet or who is doing cultivation in Tirunelveli or in some other places, a corner of a village, but he is doing eco-services. A farmer who is doing biodynamic farming, a farmer who is following organic farming, organic agriculture, biological inputs application, and he is doing in a corner of a village. But through his talk, you can understand that whatever the eco-services he does, he can get monetary benefits. Through what? Carbon trading. CER, carbon offsets, so carbon trading. So that is a big change happening in agriculture. When somebody is doing some productive agriculture, eco-friendly agriculture, and so far I think we are not actually recognizing those farmers. But now there's a time. The only thing is you have to develop a protocol. You have to develop a system. How to develop that carbon reduction unit, CRU, or emission reduction units, how to calculate. You all know that somebody who is putting windmills, they are eligible for carbon trading. But there is a mechanism available. But a poor farmer, for his eco-services, there is no mechanism. But very shortly, the mechanism is going to come. TNA is going to work closely with the climate exchange. CCX, climate exchange. We want to develop a protocol with somebody who is doing eco-friendly farming and how much of carbon emission he is actually achieving. we are going to actually providing some financial assistance to that farmer. So that is a great thing. So we have to appreciate Mr. Niroj Mohanty, even though he is not available here. Let us give a big round of applause to him for his wonderful talk. So with this small final sum up, I have to thank once again all the panelists and also all the student friends who are assembled here and also getting the real kind of knowledge exchange that has happened during these couple of hours. So thank you very much one and all. And I have to thank my entire group, including Dr. Prabhu, who trained all the students for this wonderful presentation, and all my team from PG Dean office, and everyone who really helped for this particular panel discussion to happen. Thank you very much one and all. Then my couple of my announcement, just please drop in there. Refreshment is available. Hot coffee is available. Okay. And filter coffee is available. Have a hot coffee, and very importantly, please drop into the same hall by 7 o'clock in the night, not for any discussion, not for any technical deliberation, just to enjoy the evening. Today we have arranged a cultural group of cultural program by Coimbatore Fine Arts, Bharatanatyam and folk dance and so much for 1 hour. So it starts by 7 o'clock. So come with free mind. Okay, no presentation, no more actually. So just come back. Please call your friends. Call your friends 7 o'clock, but no technical presentation. Bring your friends, and 7 o'clock, 7 and 8 o'clock, and there is going to be a cultural bonanza for you. Then 8 o'clock, join for the dinner. Okay, with these words, enjoy the coffee, then come back to the same stage by 7 p.m. tonight only. Then tomorrow, that's very important, at least by 9:15, please come, but that is for technical discussion. But I want to see the same crowd, what is going to happen today, 7 p.m., the same crowd should turn around tomorrow, 9:30. If that happens, I'll be the most happiest person, because that's what we are actually really looking for. So please, all the MSc and PhD students, because don't make me to delay the program. I think today, our Vice Chancellor had to wait for you students for 15 minutes or 30 minutes because you have not turned up. Because I can't discuss all these things, but anyhow, just make your friends, invite your friends tomorrow morning, 9:15. Please sharply be punctual. Come to this hall for the next round of discussion. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Thank you. Come to me.